is Tuesday, October 28th, and we're going to start our meeting with roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Supervisor Bohn?
Good morning.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Good morning again.
Supervisor Madrone?
Morning.
Supervisor Wilson?
Here.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Good morning.
Okay, we're going to salute our flag. Thank you. CAO Hayes, are there any modifications today?
Good morning, Chair Bushnell. There are no modifications this morning.
Okay, we'll go right into our consent calendar. Are there any comments on the consent calendar from this board? Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to congratulate 3 new appointees to the MCMAC, Kathleen Clark, Emma Haskett, and Katrina Taylor. So thank you very much to the 3 of them for stepping up to represent the community of McKinleyville. And also I want to appreciate the outgoing members, Bonnie Oliver, Lisa Dugan, and Twyla Sanchez for their years of service on the McKinleyville Municipal Advisory Committee.
Any other members? Okay, seeing none, we'll go out to public comment on the Zoom. This will be public comment on the consent calendar.
Yes, I have 7718, star 6. Sorry, it's been a minute since I've been in here. Star 6 to unmute yourself. You've got 3 minutes. Seven, 718. There he is.
Good morning. That must be maybe Nikki at the helm. Yeah, you had an open mic. That was interesting for a little while. That wasn't on consent, but there's not much on consent. I do, and I appreciate the people on McMac changing over. Maybe they feel like they've done their work to get the town center to where it is now, or something of that nature. But that 3 people change all at once is quite a change, I'm sure, as far as to make that particular board or committee. I really don't have anything else on your consent to deal with today. You are having some technical problems. Just I let you know I was dropped twice before the meeting even started from your end of the meeting. So thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and no more callers, Chair.
Okay, is there any public comment in the room on the consent calendar? Good morning, Vernon.
Good morning, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the board. My name is Vernon Price, and I'd like to thank specifically you for number 6 on the agenda this morning, D6. Partnership of California and County of Humboldt entered in with 6 other Northern California counties into a pilot project. And this is a wonderful pilot project, and thank you so much for, if you move forward with the staff report, I just want to say thank you. And on item number 8 also. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Vernon. Anybody else? Can I close public comment? No. Okay, go ahead.
So the previous serving MCMAC members, if you wanted to speak, this would be your opportunity to do so. We've thanked you for your service, but I know you're here this morning, and so I just wanted to be clear that this is the chance, otherwise public comment's going to get closed. Thank you.
So if I could have, yeah,
Hi,
good morning.
I'm Bonnie Oliver, and I've been on the MCMAC for 6.5 years, and it pretty much corresponds with the time frame of developing the town center ordinance. And I just want to express my appreciation to everybody I worked with in that time, and to the personnel of the planning department who put countless hours also into that project, and to all the community members who showed up for our meetings and gave their input and helped us through the process. And thank you for the opportunity to serve and get to know what it's like to serve in a government body for 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell and Board of Supervisors. My name is Lisa Dugan. I want to basically reiterate what my colleague Bonnie just said. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on the MCMAC. It was a great learning journey along with the community, and having come from public service in the county to that was really eye-opening, and I really appreciated the chance to work with folks. Got to know and appreciate both public works a little more deeply, as well as planning, and kudos to the county for allowing McKinleyville to have a growing voice in what's happening in our unincorporated area. And especially thanks to the community who has shown up over the time, putting blood, sweat, and tears into the town center ordinance, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
I'll move to approve consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll start with Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
Okay.
Chair Bushnell.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're going to go on to our next item, which is public comment on non-agenda items, and we will start with public comment on the Zoom, please, on non-agenda items.
Sorry, we have caller 7718, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Kent Sawatsky. I did at this time wish to make comment on a major systemic problem the county has, and it has to do with the legal representation and the flawed process and who you use for a lot of this was brought to my attention by, before some of you were there, I'm sure Jeffrey Blank was the county council at that time. And I have observed this negative consequences of this particular company for many years now. And you use them on a variety of things that goes by LCW or Liebert, Cassidy, and Whitmire. And unfortunately, you're a very big cash cow of this company. Unfortunately, many things they do not seem to be, in my opinion, and many in the public, in the best interest of the county. And unfortunately, they engage in some investigative techniques which seem to be, what's the best way, pre-proposed or whatever outcome is made, and then you find ways to get back to it. Their skill set as far as investigating is minimal. And that has major consequences for a lot of things that happen within the county. And I highly recommend that you look at other options. I know a lot of different municipalities use this particular firm, but I don't feel it serves the county in its best interest long-term to use them, nor do I think it would be beneficial to continue to use them in the future. I deal a lot in legal issues, and we'll have one I'll deal with for closed section a little bit later. But this particular firm seems to be at the heart of causing more problems than it's helping. And I know some of you understand the legal process and others of you don't, but that's been an observation by other attorneys, many attorneys within Humboldt County, as far as close to fatal flaw regarding litigation you get involved in. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this non-consent item today. I mean, not agendized item.
Thank you. Now I have caller 3053, star 6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Thomas Walter here. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. So a couple of non-agenda item things. First off is I know I spoke a few months ago. I haven't followed, requesting that the board have some sort of something on consent, you know, where you make a resolution that you're going to send DCC a letter demanding back tagging as they promised in April of 2024. This is not a financial burden to Humboldt County to ask for this relief for a struggling industry within our county. If you hope for sustainability, it's something I'd recommend. Also, I'm hearing of other farms getting unnoticed inspections by DCC. I don't know if that's something Humboldt County encourages, but I would think it would not encourage with the downturn in the economy. Many people are working late at night or early in the morning and then going on to other jobs. What I mean by working late at night or early in the morning, I mean by working on their farms and then going about other means to bring in income because distributors continue to not pay when they're supposed to. That brings up the December 31st deadline. I know it's separate from your agenda item coming up. Many people think they're going to be able to make it, but if distributor does not pay, it would be really unfortunate for someone that's made due process attempts for their license to be suspended. I'm asking you to not change the deadline, but maybe give 90 days, like December 31st rolls around, give them a 90-day notice that in 90 days they'll be brought up for suspension or revocation. Give them that 90 days for people that have made real due process payment. And I encourage everyone to be active participants in the community and really try to get to know other people's perspective rather than make their own interpretation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Chair. There's no more callers on Zoom.
Okay, non-agenda items, public comment. Good morning, Joanne.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Joanne McGarry. I am happy to report that I took a bus today from Arcata to this meeting, and it was the route that goes through Manila, and it's a beautiful morning. And taking the bus and looking out that window, coming over the bridge, and it was a pretty full bus. I think a lot of College of the Redwoods students are on that bus. But I just want to say vehicle miles traveled, which has been a discussion. People taking collective travel is a beautiful thing. I wasn't able to do that on Sunday when I went to Ferndale to see some friends of mine perform, and I had to borrow a car. Again, it would be wonderful if there was a way we could collectively get to places like Ferndale for the future in our climate changing world. The second thing I want to talk about is IHHS. I have a friend who is benefiting by IHHS with another friend helping that friend who's an IHHS worker. The effort to get that person to become an IHHS worker was a long, months-long effort, and it was just a renewal because that person had already been a worker but needed an appointment for fingerprints that was delayed, and just so many barriers for my being able to connect two people, one who needed a worker and a worker who needed a job. And I know you're talking about purchasing property for consolidating another industry down at the Kmart, and I haven't read recently what's going on with that, the old Kmart. But I have discovered in trying to get services for my friends and trying to get my friends to get jobs with the county, it's really, really hard. And if they don't have a vehicle, it's even harder. So that's the second thing I wanted to say. And the final thing I wanted to let you know about is that some of us with a Humboldt Song Brigade are going to be singing today in front of the courthouse, and a little practice rehearsal, but just to sing. And I brought my banner with me. So, you know, banners are very common on the lawn there at the courthouse. And my banner says something very profound. It says, "We care about Palestinians." And so look for us and listen for us today at the courthouse.
Thank you. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Seeing none, I'll close public comment on non-agenda items, and we'll go to our next item, which is a public hearing from Planning and Building.
Morning, Chair Bushnell, members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford and Alice Vesterling. with the Planning and Building Department to present the general plan amendment, zone reclassification and lot line adjustment for the standard and green diamond, or standard and green diamond application.
I'm going to open the public hearing.
Thank you. Do you need to read this in? So I'm going to pull up the it's a pretty simple application. It's really a lot line adjustment and then a modification to the general plan and zoning to address the fact that the lot lines are moving. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Vesterling to present this.
Good morning. My name is Alice Fasterling, and I'm the assigned planner for the Standard and Green Diamond General Plan Amendment, Zone Reclassification, and Lot Line Adjustment Project. The project is located 2 miles east of Arcata on Fickle Hill Road. The existing standard property is a .28 acre parcel. You can see as the small parcel highlighted on the left, and the green diamond parcel is 40 acres, shown as the larger parcel on the right. The purpose of this project is to do a lot line adjustment to accommodate historic residential encroachments over property lines, which are accessory to residential use. The lot line adjustment will transfer .2 acres from Green Diamond's property and add it to the standard property. In order for the lot line adjustment to take place, a general plan amendment and zone reclassification are required for the transferred portion to remain consistent with Humboldt County's general plan and zoning ordinance. The land to be adjusted to the standards would change from a general plan designation of timberland and zoning of TPZ, and to a general plan designation of residential estates and a zoning of agriculture general. The original general plan amendment and zone reclassification petition was accepted by the board in May 2024. The project also went before the Forestry Review Committee and was recommended for approval in August of 2024. The Planning Commission approved the lot line adjustment in May 2025 and recommended the board approve the general plan amendment and zone reclassification. Should the board approve the general plan amendment and zone reclassification, the lot line adjustment will be completed and recorded.
Thank you. Are you finished or no?
I have 3 more slides.
Okay. Do you want to wait until she's done or? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Here's a representation of the area to change the land use designation and zoning. And here's the site plan with the .2 acres to be added to the standard property. And this shows the portion of the existing garage and driveway, which is located on Green Diamond property and will be corrected with the lot line adjustment. Staff recommends that the board make all the required findings for approval, approve the general plan amendment and zone reclassification, and adopt the ordinance rezoning the .2 acres from TPZ to agriculture general. Thank you. We're available for questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
I talked to Mr. Ford about this yesterday. Is there a way, and I understand it's a general plan amendment, but we pay you a lot of money and we think you're pretty bright. Is there a way, I mean, this is 2/10 of an acre, and we probably have thousands of dollars involved in 2/10 of an acre. And I've known of 4 of these that have happened, one out on Walnut, one on Cedar, the 2 that come to my mind. One was a cul-de-sac was built onto Green Diamond property, and the other one was a tree house. And they did lot line adjustments to accommodate. Is there a way we can do something different, like put a 1 acre, if it's just 1 acre? I mean, because Green Diamond owns 248,000 acres here. I don't think the Standards own that much, but this seems like pretty basic stuff. And what we did was tie up a whole bunch of people, cost them a lot of money, cost everybody a lot of money. And it comes down for 2/10 of an acre. And we approved this in May of 24. Planning Commission was May of 25, and now it's October and we're here. So would there be a way it went to your Thursday grouping or something where you could just approve something and we set it on an acreage. I know our life depends on the general plan, but this is why people hate government, because we're fighting over and doing all this paperwork, and this whole thing sounds like the Lawyers and Engineers Full Employment Act rather than accommodating two neighbors that happened to build something 40 years ago. 40 years ago. And it hasn't bothered the neighbor yet, but to clean things up if they ever want to sell it, I understand. Is there a possibility, or is there a wanting to do this, or are we just trying to keep everybody busy?
No, we're not trying to keep everybody busy, and one of the focuses of the department is to be more responsive in our processing time as it is. And we are getting better about that. I think the struggle here is the lot line adjustment is extremely simple. And if it weren't for the general plan and the rezone, that would be done administratively. That wouldn't even come to my desk. That would just be signed off on by the supervising planner. The struggle becomes is like, where we have zoning boundaries that match existing property boundaries, do we want those to continue to match? Or do we want to create parcels with two different zoning designations? And in this case, one of them would have TPZ, which would create some implications for the assessor. And so that's why this is a little bit more complicated, even though it is only 0.2 acres. It's because it's dealing with the land use and zone.
And I understand the nuances. I understand that. But somewhere in there, amongst the amount of people up at your office and the amount of other people working on the other side of it, could there be a 1 acre, you make the decision and administratively do this, even though it's a general plan and everything else? Because I was going to say they can't build on this 0.2 of an acre, but
right.
That's wrong. They already built on it. So we're not going to check any setbacks. We're not going to check. We're trying to give them enough chunks so they have setbacks. Green Diamond is being accommodating, as they have. They haven't denied any of these yet. So is there a way we as a board can make this a little bit easier? It's not our money that's being spent.
There may be, let me look at that and bring a proposal back to the board and see if there's not a way to simplify these very, very minor adjustments that also involve adjustments to the general plan and the zoning.
I would, and I don't know if there's an appetite for the rest of this board, but I'd love to see if it is available, and if the board wants everybody to spend a lot of money, that would be their prerogative too.
Are there any other comments from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
Sure, I'm happy to hear a proposal. I can imagine I'm all for, in this particular type of situation, making it more streamlined and less expensive for everyone. I can certainly imagine where 0.2 acres in some lot line adjustment scenarios might be more contentious with neighbors, and in this case, it's obviously not. But I can see where, if we're modifying the general plan and it has, long-term implications, there could be situations where even a small sliver of property could be very much something that, the general public would want to weigh in on, and neighbors and all that. In this case, it sounds obviously much simpler. So I'm all for John bringing us something that lays out, kind of an approach where, discretion could be used if possible when it's a much simpler scenario. But that is, we've seen situations here where something that seems very minor can not be supported by neighbors or have an impact longer term on have sort of a ripple of consequences. So,
Through the chair. I agree with Supervisor Arroyo. When we're making general plan amendments, even small pieces of property, it can change pretty dramatically the entitlements and encumbrances of that property, which then neighbors may or may not be that excited about. So if you want, if we're looking at ways to streamline this, I'm okay. I'm all right with that. But also, I just want to make sure that we're giving neighbors their due process. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
And I apologize if you didn't understand. What I was saying is giving him or somebody the right to look at it and say, I'm not making this decision. This is going to have too many consequences. Or it doesn't really seem like Green Diamond gives darn. So this should be pretty simple, and all the other neighbors, which there are none, shouldn't be upset. But if there is a contentious one, of course, I want it to be brought back. I want it to be looked at and everything. But more so, these are simple than contentious. We can all pick out the bad things, but I just streamline it for just the obvious. And I mean, I know whatever I say is going to get turned around, but anyway, thanks.
Okay, we're going to go out to public comment on this item. If there are no more questions, seeing none, public comment on the Zoom, please.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Caller 7718, *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I strongly support Supervisors Bohn's suggestion to streamline this. Regarding contentious things, you have a mechanics, which is the zoning administrator meeting, which I've tracked and attended for many years here. Things way more contentious, way more complicated, way more impacts upon all kinds of neighbors have been heard in that particular forum without having voting. I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to come up, or John Ford and his staff should be able to come up with some way mechanically to use that particular tool, which you already have in your tool belt. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and there are no more callers.
Any public comment in the room on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
I'll move staff approval.
Second.
Now Kent still has a hot mic.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Arroyo, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Chair Bushnell,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bohn.
Sure.
Thank you.
Closing
Motion
the public
carries
hearing on
5-0.
that item. Sorry, Nikki, I
No,
spoke over
that's
you.
okay. That's okay. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so we're going to close the public comment on that, or the public hearing on that item, and we're going to go to number 2 public hearing, which is also coming to us from Planning and Building. We're going to open the public hearing, and council, do you need to read this in, or no? Okay, so I'll hand it over to Director Ford for introduction, please.
Thank you, John Ford, once again with Joshua Doris to present Ghost Ship Investments. This is a request being brought to you by staff for a revocation of a conditional use permit. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Doris now to make the presentation. You can take the whole thing if you want.
Director Ford, is there an applicant or a member in the audience that belongs to this?
Yes, the operator is present.
Can we do some, for clarification, can we do, kind of lay out how we're going to do this, please?
Applicant and operator.
Okay. Yeah, this would be a normal type of public hearing where staff will give a presentation. When you open it up to public comment, the applicant or the permit holder is normally given 10 to 15 minutes to speak, take public comment, and then allow the permit holder time to rebut anything that's given in public comment, and then staff would be able to respond to anything that needs clarification after that, and then give it back to the board for deliberation.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the applicant, sir? Over here. Are you intending to speak today?
Yes.
Okay, you'll have 10 minutes once I open public comment. You go ahead and sit back down, please. Thank you, and we'll start the staff report, please.
Good morning. Yeah, before you is consideration of a revocation of a conditional use permit for approximately 47,700 square feet of cannabis cultivation. Here is the star represents the approximate site. It's located westerly of Willow Creek off the 299. And here's a picture of the site plan and or an image of the site, and I apologize, it's a little small, but this is a fairly extensive, it's approximately 550 acre site. So the site's spread out against 7 or so discrete discrete cultivation sites. And the project was approved on January 18th, 2024 by the Planning Commission. Like I stated, it's about 47,700 square feet of total cannabis with a little mixed light and a little outdoor. And it was subject to completing conditions of approval within prescribed timelines. And since it was approved, here's a history. On October 9th, 2024, the department conducted an annual compliance inspection and noted some items of some issues of non-compliance, including the compliance agreement was not executed. It should be done within 60 days of approval. And then also a water budget was due as well, which was not provided. So, and another couple issues was the processing. The CUP was approved for basically drying and curing on-site and additional processing off-site. And as well, water storage, there was 147,000 gallons of water required, and there's about 105,000 gallons present. So the operator was, part of the condition was to increase the water storage to 147,000 gallons. And then on February 6th, the department wrote a letter stating that there was past due invoices owed to the apartment, and there was gave them 30 days to remedy that, to go ahead and pay that bill, and that did not happen. So on March 7th, we sent a letter saying your permit's been suspended due to non-payment of department invoices. And on August 6th of this year, we conducted an annual compliance inspection, and we noticed what was noted was cannabis was being cultivated, basically the entitled amount was, and I'd like to why the license was suspended, and I'd like to note too there's an annual license. The license was active on site, so you had a license, but no permit was under suspension.
Can you clarify that? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, saying the county permit was suspended, but the state license was active.
Thank you.
And then let me see, and then recap on basically the violations or the conditions of approval were not completed within the prescribed timelines. The items in the inspection report were not remedied by the date provided. There's a due date provided to remedy those, and also cultivation while the permit is suspended. Those are the three main items. And here's just a couple pictures of the cultivation going on August 6th. And recommendation is staff recommends that the permit's been exercised contrary to the terms and conditions, namely cultivating without a permit. Also, as stated before, the conditions of approval were incomplete, and items in the inspection report were not addressed. So staff recommends that the permit has been exercised contrary to the terms and conditions, and recommends revoke the CUP pursuant to the Humboldt County Code. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Okay. And I might have missed it, and I apologize. Is this a 1.0 or 2.0?
It's a 1.0.
Okay. Do you know if the state license is current today?
It is, yes. As of yesterday, I believe there's 4 licenses on site.
4 state licenses?
4 state licenses, correct.
Do we know if we've notified the state that that the county license has been suspended for some time?
The pace of the DCC, we could let them know, but it doesn't necessarily.
I understand that.
We typically do not notify the DCC about a suspension, just simply because there is the ability for an applicant and the hope that an applicant will resolve the reasons that the permit was suspended and bring it back into compliance. And we'd hate to start the state going down a path of revoking the license when our issues can be resolved.
Thank you. I just was checking. Also, is his billing up to date now with the county?
No.
Okay. Any other questions? Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. Through the chair. Director Ford, so when we move through this revocation process, or assuming that that's what happens, how do we deal with retirement of the of the property, if you know what I mean. The fact that the license and the CUP was granted under the assumption that when there's a change back, that there would be a cleanup of the site or bringing it back to previously existing conditions. How does that, what would happen here?
The current ordinance requires that when cultivation ceases, that the site is restored to pre-cannabis condition. So what normally happens is the team that Mr. Doris leads would be working with the permit holder to remove cannabis infrastructure that can't be reused on site for another existing or proposed permitted use. So much of the infrastructure, if not all of it, would be removed. If there were grading or other things that needed to be restored, that would be part of that work. We prefer it when things are done in that manner, where they can work with the post-approval monitoring team to get that cleaned up and have the site cleaned up, and then the case is completely closed. If that doesn't happen, then unfortunately it becomes a code enforcement exercise where we would work to go through the same process to get the site cleaned up.
Through Chair, one more question. So do we have any sort of statistics on this, or like how has compliance been in this phase so far, at least from anecdotally?
So many people work to clean their site up. Revocation hearings, there's not a lot of experience with that, so this specific instance I don't have a lot of background on, but most people, when they're closing up their cannabis, they come in and demonstrate that they've cleaned their site up. When it's not cleaned up, often they're selling the site, and then oftentimes a new buyer will buy it understanding that it needs to be cleaned up, and they'll work with us to clean the site up when they buy it and it gets cleaned up.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for the information.
Supervisor Madrone?
Do we know whether or not any trellis funds were provided to this applicant and/or property?
No trellis funds were provided.
Do we know what the status of the Measure S taxes are on the property?
Not offhand, no.
Do we know what the status of property taxes are, payments on this property?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I want to ask one last question. So if he's revocated today, then we would notify the state, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can reapply for a cannabis license, correct or not?
At this location, I believe they can.
So, which would be a 2.0 application? Okay, so I guess that would be up to what happens out of this today.
It is. I'm sorry, this is an impacted watershed, so they could not reapply.
Okay, so this would be done. Okay, thank you. So, Supervisor Madrone.
Do we know whether or not there's any payment plan in place for payment of the past invoices?
There is no payment plan in place.
And no payments being made on it?
Correct.
How much is in arrears?
I believe it's about 5,000 and some change, 5,200 or so.
And that's for staff time?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions? So I'm going to give that applicant 10 minutes. And I'm sorry, what do I call you?
Excuse me. My name is Alvesio Machado.
Mr. Machado, you have 10 minutes. You can address the board and say whatever you like.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to tell a little bit of my history there. I acquired this ranch in 2021. When I acquired it, I had a bunch of issues. It was pretty dirty and garbage all over the place. Had some issues with fish and game that I needed to do some covert work. I spent over $80,000 to get that taken care of. And, slowly I've been improving. It has been a struggle. No need to explain too much, as you guys know about the industry. And I have been trying to basically survive. There was I spent a lot of money trying to get it approved in 24, and there was these fees, the 5,000 that was still pending. I haven't gotten around to do it. I had recently had to renew my license with the state, which I had to borrow money and try to keep that part up, as the late charge for the state is like 50%, so I had no choice but pay that. And as far as the paying the 5,000, I offered to pay, but since this was coming, I wanted to see if what would be the end result. I am ready to pay that within a few days. There was, as far as some of the violations that was referred to, one of them is with the map. Apparently, there's a confusion on the map that's stamped versus the map that was presented to be approved, and the one that's stamped does not match the wording of the license. I'd like to have that addressed as well. What else? I'm trying to think what else I need to tell. And I am sorry that I neglected the county. I've been trying to stay up with the state license. I renewed it twice since these issues started. And it's a big amount that I have to pay every year. And I would ask you guys to reconsider this situation. If I lose my license, I will have no way to reapply because it will be lost forever. And I've been dedicating the last couple of years, a few years of my life to this, trying to make a living. And I will promise will try to comply with the county as well and try to correct all these violations.
Thank you. Is there any member of the board that would like to ask questions of Mr. Machado? Supervisor, you can stay at the podium. Supervisor Arroyo.
I'd just like to know whether you received the information that had been mailed before.
I did receive if I remember correctly, 2 letters.
Okay.
But I was not in a position to pay. It was either pay the county or pay the state.
Mm-hmm.
The state is much larger amount and is 50% late fee, so I had to pay on time. And it was a no-brainer, I guess.
Okay, I heard. And then with respect to the water storage concerns that were brought up, could you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I did some estimates on the cost of doing that. I cannot do it all at once, but I probably I can start working on that and get that brought up to code.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I'm curious, Mr. Machado, did you have communications with the planning department during this whole process and convey to them, about your bill and?
To be honest, I haven't. I've been overwhelmed, and I guess I was ignoring them. But until recently. But then it was, I guess, already on the road to come here. So that's what it's at. Again, the fee, I can take care of that shortly. I mean, within a few days.
Okay.
And I paid a bunch of fees before to the county to get these approved. This was just the leftovers that I was trying to catch up with other bills and do other things, and I haven't gotten around to pay it, this $5,000.
Is there a residence on this property? No. So my understanding is that you owe a couple years back taxes, and that your Measure S is behind also, so it's a pretty hefty amount. And so, you know, along with the planning and building fees, and the Measure S needs to be paid by the December 31st of this year. And do you have means to catch everything up and come into compliance and all the things? And then also just curious, I mean, you do know that you can't cultivate without a state and a county license?
Yeah, I did keep my state license.
But you have to have both to be compliant.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't understand the gravity of maintaining the
Okay.
county as well. I thought it was just, if
Okay.
the state was fine, I was okay, but apparently not.
And you're aware that
Now I'm aware, yes.
that, but are you, and also that Measure S and all that has to be paid within 2 months, or that? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna, Supervisor Madrone.
So looking at the annual compliance inspection report, I'm not sure whether that was the earlier one or the recent one in the staff report. Oh, actually, it shows 10/9/24 here. It says that they're, under Road Maintenance Association, it's compliant. Is this up on Titlow Hill, the Bareilles subdivision?
Yes.
To my knowledge, there is no RMA that's been formed yet. I know they're working to form one. So how could it be compliant in regards to an RMA?
There would be no RMA because access is directly off 299.
Okay. Okay, so it's compliant in that it wouldn't be required.
Correct.
Okay, that's good clarification. In the pictures, we saw that this summer there is a large crop being grown there. What happened to the crop after the inspection?
Typically I do 2 runs. This year we just did 1 run, and it's still on the property.
So what?
It is, this year we just did 1 run,
Yeah,
and it's still there at the property.
it's still there after the inspection, when it's not legal to actually be growing this summer.
So just a clarification, it's one of the disconnects between the DCC and the county is that you can legally purchase clones through the DCC without your county license. You also can have a product and then enter it into the DCC and that be legal through the state. And so, and they could show that. I don't know, we don't have access to metric. I mean, I don't know if you guys have access to metric, but it is kind of a disconnect with the county and the state. So through the state, he could be completely compliant, have that product in his DCs, in the metrics and all of that stuff, which needs to retain on the property, but still not have a county license. But we don't monitor product. County doesn't.
Okay, but when the inspection occurred and we know that the license was suspended, as far as the county is concerned, that would be an illegal crop. What do we typically do in that situation?
Well, I think you're getting to one of the points that I was going to clarify at the end of this, is that as a result of that compliance inspection, he was instructed that he cannot cultivate until he brings the permit into compliance with the county permit. And that was in the end of 2024. So he was advised in 2024 that he cannot cultivate in 2025 until the permit is in compliance.
Right, so then
Then when we ran into the situation where we saw that there's a pretty large balance, it was like, okay, we're going to suspend that because we've got no more avenues. We can educate, we can encourage, we can say stop, But when somebody runs through the stop sign and they run through the suspension, there's no more avenues.
Did he have an inspection this year?
Yes.
To confirm that there was,
That's when we discovered that it was being cultivated.
and was there messaging to him at that time what to do with the product?
Not necessarily what to do with the product, but we made him aware. He was aware that he was suspended and shouldn't be cultivating, but as far as what to do with the product, there was not that conversation.
So did you not grow a second run because you were told you couldn't cultivate? And so the product is still sitting on your property?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead, sit down. Director Ford, do you want to address any other comments from him before we go to public comment?
I don't know that there's anything else that we really need to address. I think you heard the testimony, and we've heard it before, that people are often caught in a pinch point between complying with the state, complying with the county. I did appreciate his honesty when he said he just did not respond to the county. He basically chose to ignore us.
Okay, we'll go out to public comment at this time, and we'll go to the Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Caller 7718, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatsky, one of the most distressing things of this particular process is a total lack, apparently, of the county and the state being paralleled and working together on these particular topics. I think maybe that should be looked into. I have really greatly appreciated the questions asked by Supervisor Madrone regarding outside balances on Measure S tax, and also on property tax and all these other taxes. Apparently, the chair, Supervisor Bushnell, has that information, but I think as far as that information should be always brought forward for consideration as far as relocations in the future when this happens. We need to have some kind of a standard thing. I believe the public also should be informed as far as to which degree we're upside down on Measure S tax and property tax. I think that should be disclosed to the public. I obviously feel sorry for a lot of people. A lot of them came to the Green Rush around the world. But in my opinion, it's not your job to do this person a favor, but in my opinion, you would be, due to the economic circumstances, to just go ahead and move forward with the revocation at this particular time. Unless you're able to actually show the exact amount that's owed that will be due before December, the deadlines, all the deadlines we have here, that he has the ability to bond or else pay for it. Otherwise, I believe it's time to just particularly stick a fork in this particular project in everybody's best interest. Thank you for my opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There are no more callers online.
Okay, we'll go to public comment in the room. Welcome, Craig.
Good morning. I'm not weighing in on any decisions here for you all, but just on words, and words are important. The county issues a permit. Think of it as driving. You get your permit and you get your license. The state gives you your license. So I keep hearing people keep saying county license. It's not a license, it's a permit. Once you have that paperwork, then you get your license. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. And you didn't utilize all your time. If you want to say one more thing, please come forward.
I'd just like to clarify the fact that it's not that I chose to ignore the county. I just had to make some choices, and the state was not, I mean, it's impossible to deal with the state or work out with the state. With the state, you do or you don't. And that was my situation since I've been struggling. You know, it was not meant to disrespect or ignore the county. I just had to make some tough choices.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll bring it back to Director Ford.
Thank you. Our records show that he is currently on a payment plan for Measure S taxes.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone? then Wilson.
Yeah, so in the interest of transparency, when Supervisor Bushnell was just sharing with me her computer screen, really the public needs to know what that is, right? Because we shouldn't really just be sharing things. I know that wasn't her intention. But what she was sharing with me was the amount due on Measure S taxes and the amount due on property taxes. They're both fairly substantial, but I just wanted to share that in the interest of transparency.
Thank you. I did clarify that there was property taxes due and Measure S due.
Yep, you did. Thank you.
Any, Supervisor Wilson?
Through the chair, Director Ford, was there any complaints or anything like that from either neighbors or other regulatory agencies?
Not aware of any complaints.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
I saw the one complaint was for netting, and I think that's used a lot in the grow houses on the netting. I don't know what they were using it for. I'm sure it was for birds. But what I'm trying to figure out, I didn't see any of the degradatory environmental water diversions, everything else. I saw where they were 30% short, 35% short on their water storage. And I don't know if he uses a different farming technique. But environmentally, with no complaints by Fish and Game and all the other agencies that are out there and everything else, environmentally, was this a fairly clean property?
Yes, it's fairly steep. I must say, like a lot of the roads, there's some erosion and rilling and that type of thing. But other than that, it appeared to be fairly clean. Numerous sites I've seen.
Okay, and then our option is, I don't know what substantial or overwhelming taxes are owed. But when they're doing this, if we vote to uphold this, then we got a snowball's chance in hell on collecting our back taxes. But if they stay in business, are they current on their S payment plan?
So I'll just weigh in that the property taxes owed are $15,369 for 2-year default plus current year. Measure S is $18,801 for 21 and 24. He did not start a payment plan, and there has been one payment in May of 2024 to hold that payment plan.
Thank you. He's on a cliff, does. So anyway, as I'm just wondering, I don't think they walk away from the property because it doesn't look like a lot of cleanup. But we won't get any of these past taxes, so I don't know if that's an incentive or a decentive, but would that be a fairly accurate statement, I imagine?
I would really ask you to take a step back and realize that it is money here, but a lot of the things that were put into place in terms of conditions of approval to protect the environment have not been complied with, and he has not agreed to finish those conditions. One of the outstanding conditions is to enter into a compliance agreement to finish those required improvements within a certain period of time. So in my mind, it's twofold. It is the fact that he owes money, but it's also the fact that even after having been warned to not cultivate until he at least takes a step of entering into a compliance agreement, that he didn't do anything. And at some level, as staff, we're out of resources to address that. It is a decision for the Board of Supervisors at this point whether to revoke or not. But the difficulty is when you have an unresponsive permit holder, what do you do with that?
And then just back to the netting, just for a clarification, is netting not allowed on site at all? Because that's what's used to support, most of them use that to support their plants, I believe.
I'm bringing forward a series of cannabis possible actions to pursue. One of them is to address netting. And historically, netting has not been allowed. It's typically used for trellising. And the CDFW had started requiring a condition, and so there's a lot of permits out there with the condition that no netting be used. But there is no suitable fiscally comparable product that is available. And it really comes down to not the use of the netting itself, but how the netting is maintained, controlled, and disposed of. And so it doesn't really pose a danger to wildlife if it's handled correctly. And so the thing that we're planning on asking the board is if you want to change the ordinance to capture that nuance. But currently, netting's not allowed in this condition of this permit.
Joshua, how large is this property?
Approximately 550 acres.
So there's an opportunity to utilize this property for something else besides cultivation, or is it not?
It's fairly steep. It's probably 75% slope, most of it. So there's a few old logging landings and such, but you could use it for something, I'm certain.
Okay. And then it says that there is processing on site, so are there structures? And I didn't look at the pictures, I apologize.
Well, he's under the permit. He's permitted to like dry and cure on site. There's some sheds and an old cabin.
Okay.
But all other processing off site.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does someone want to, any other comments? Supervisor Arroyo?
I mean, this is a tough one. I've seen this board, struggle with this before. It is difficult when there hasn't been communication, and I think that's the big issue at hand here is there hasn't been communication around what will be done to come into compliance. And I think our planning and building team have been very helpful in working with people when they have unique circumstances, and but without that communication, it is a little hard to get to the very end of the road and then provide lenience. So I'm a bit at a loss here. I also understand that we can't go backwards, so we are where we are right now. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think about what to move forward with.
Mr. Machado, could I ask you a question, please? Do you have means to pay the planning and building fees, like
The 5,000, yes.
like today or tomorrow?
Within the 2 weeks.
Within what?
2 weeks.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson, you can go ahead and sit back down unless someone asks you a question.
Director Ford, you know this quandary. We've been here before. This is the part where we ask you this question. Like, what would, if the board chose to not revocate, what do you think the minimum standards or requests that we would make, the ask of the permit holder today would be from your perspective?
So I think there would need to be timeframes to address the issues that have been brought up. Certainly there are the conditions of approval. There's the compliance, which he's testified that he doesn't have the money to address. Mm-hmm. There is payment of planning and building fees, which in light of the information that's been presented today is probably the smallest issue.
Right. There's
Measure S taxes, which has a very looming date coming up in 2 months, and that's when those need to be current. And then there's property taxes, and at some point there will be an absolute due date on that. I would advocate that you could keep the permit current for a certain amount of time, and then if he doesn't complete certain performance factors, i.e. satisfying the conditions of approval, paying planning and building, bringing his Measure S taxes into compliance, then the permit would be brought back for revocation.
Does it need to be brought back, or can we give that discretionary?
I'm fine with you giving me the discretionary decision on that, but I think that I'm going to ask Ms. Duke to respond to that, because we've continually talked about due process, and people need to have due process.
I think here, since we're already in the revocation proceeding, you could condition the continuation of the permit on that type of thing, the Measure S.
Okay.
permit.
Could you say whatever that was in the mic?
Yeah,
Just because I think it's the important, I think it's the essence of the question.
It is the essence of the questions. So what I asked was, it's okay then for the director to formally take action to do the formal revocation if those conditions or stipulations, performance standards are not complied with? And the answer to that is yes, that would be okay because of this proceeding.
Thank you.
Can I clarify that if we put a date, like say, if these things are not satisfied by X date, that we would revocate, but there's already a revocation date of December 31st for Measure S, is that, or suspension? So we wouldn't be able to push that permit beyond that date, is that correct?
That's one of the dates that I think you really need to keep an eye on, and it's something that was brought up today by a member of the public, and if that's going to be a hard and fast date, which is something to consider in light of this discussion.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone?
Well, yeah, these are always difficult things because it is people's livelihood, and I get all that. But, you know, we hear this all the time that, well, if I didn't take care of this, it was going to be a lot worse than taking care of the county. And it happens over and over again, you know, because we keep extending deadlines. We keep allowing for illegal cultivation when licenses have been suspended. There's a product sitting out there that occurred illegally that's going to get sold, you know. And so, I mean, if we are always going to be really soft on all of these things, then I would think that we as a board should not be surprised of the outcome of people not paying us, not paying their taxes, not paying their invoices for fees for staff time, not going ahead and growing regardless, because there's no repercussions. You know, I mean, that's the message out there. I keep hearing this over and over again when these things come before us that, well, it wasn't going to be so bad if I didn't deal with the county. It was going to be a lot worse if I didn't deal with the state and things like that. So, I mean, it's a real conundrum, frankly. If we're going to keep extending things over and over again, why would anybody pay anything to us ever or adhere to any of our rules or regulations? So that weighs heavily on my decision making, I have to say. I mean, there's a part of me that would like to say that, yeah, if all of the compliance stuff and the fees for staff time and the back property taxes and back Measure S taxes are paid by December 31st, regardless of whether or not this board in the next few weeks decides to change that deadline again, because there's pressure on that agenda item to come forward and be considered before December 31st. So there's part of me that would like to be able to say, yeah, if all these things were taken care of, but I didn't hear any willingness to deal with all of those things. In fact, I think we heard under testimony that the money's not there to do all the compliance issues, like water storage of almost 50,000 gallons. That's $100,000 of expense probably right there alone, let alone, I mean, the netting, that's an easy one, frankly, right? But then there's the issue of cultivation, and the product is still there when it wasn't legal to grow. There's just so many unknowns, and I don't think we're ever going to get to a place where people are going to respect the county and pay the fees they owe the county if we always keep extending our deadlines and doing everything else in that regard. So that weighs really heavy, and yet on the same time, you know, these are real human things that are happening. These are businesses, et cetera. If we were to extend things and provide deadlines, it should be something like has to be paid by December 31st, regardless of any other actions the board might take in regards to the Measure S deadline that's looming, right? So it doesn't get changed again. But then we're going to hear, well, the product's with the distributor, but the distributor hasn't paid. We heard that testimony here today, that, you know, distributors aren't paying timely, right? You give them the product, and sometimes your product comes back as not even your product. You know, from what I hear from the farmers, there's all kinds of really horrible things happening within that system of obligation and payment and all that. And I've heard from a number of people that, you know, this December 31st deadline that's looming is not going to allow for people that may have legally grown this summer and have harvested in the last few weeks with the rains and all, to actually get payment from the distributor before December 31st. So we ought to be considering a 90-day extension beyond December 31st for those payments to come in so people can actually get caught up and all that. So I don't know, I'm in a real conundrum on, you know, how to proceed with this. But one thing that's really clear to me is that if we always keep extending and allow people to grow illegally, we're never going to get any money paid to the county, frankly. I don't see that as a good outcome, frankly. So I'm not inclined to just allow things to keep going on in that way. But I want to continue to hear what the rest of the board thinks about all this. This is not an easy decision for us up here by any means. I also want to respect staff time and you know, staff that spend all this time trying to follow the rules and regulations that we as a board have adopted. And then if we, you know, you bring these things to us with all the hard work and sweat and time you spend trying to be fair, but document everything, and then we just go, well, thanks, but, you know, we're going to do these things. I mean, how does that affect staff in terms of their work, you know, and their how they feel about doing all that work? Like they go out and they see these things and they're like, well, God, why should I even try very much? Because the board's just going to keep extending time over and over again. That's not good for staff morale, frankly, to be in that kind of a situation. So anyway, that's all I have for now.
I wanted to ask a couple questions, and I wanted to kind of throw a motion out there to see if we could get a second for discussion. I just lost what I was going to say. I wanted to make a motion that we extend the revocation to December 31st, that it become effective December 31st if he has not paid his planning and building fees. Of course, that Measure S is due December 31st, so that would be that looming date as well. Came into the planning and building department and made arrangements for his compliance agreement. And I do want to say that we have worked, I guess I'll ask you, we have worked with lots of farmers on their compliance agreements to extend. Is that true or not?
That is absolutely true.
So that this is no different. If he had just came in and made some communication with you, you probably would have extended his compliance agreement.
Like we have probably 95% of the cases.
Right. So revocation on December 31st if he has not made contact with the planning and building, paid his planning and building fees, paid his Measure S, unless that date is extended, right, that Measure S, then it would not come into play. But also had communication with you guys on what he's going to do to become compliant and get his permit back in good standing. Okay, can we get a second for discussion or not?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question for follow-up. We have Measure S taxes, but we also have the fees associated with the administration. But is this process part of those fees?
Yes.
Okay, appreciate that.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I can live with that. Thank you for putting that into motion. I was going to say something similar. And I realize it's frustrating for people to hear, you know, who have been in compliance each step of the way, to hear things like this. And this is the reality of these types of hearings, is the, you know, Mr. Machado is here putting a face on what is actually going on here. So I hope that it's clear that this is a serious requirement. And I would say that for me, the fees that are in arrears to the Planning and Building Department, the Measure S balance that is currently, you know, that we spoke about earlier, are important. But as far as our responsibility governance-wise, I think the environmental factors are extremely, extremely important. So I would really emphasize that that the conditions of approval and going in and getting clarity on those and making sure there's a plan for those to be done is very top of mind for me with this this particular operation. So please make sure that that is done. And I'm speaking to you, Mr. Machado, here with that. So I'm ready to vote. I just, that it's the state's responsibility to work on the licensing piece, and it's our responsibility to really make sure that our watersheds are protected and that we're balancing our environmental responsibilities with our economic responsibilities as a greater community.
Yeah, over. Mr. Machado, could you come back up? Do you understand the motion, and is that something you think you can do?
I believe so, yes.
And you do understand the motion?
I believe I understand it.
So you need to go into the planning department. Everything needs to be dealt with or talked to or worked out with the planning department by December 31st, or you will be revocated. It won't come back to this process. Director Ford will just revocate. So do you understand? You do. And then Supervisor Arroyo, you heard what she said as well?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you feel like you can do?
I think I can.
So it's your option, and if you can't do those things, then revocation will happen, but we want to give you an opportunity to try. I think. We'll see what the board
appreciate
votes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, and then Madrone.
Thank you. Just taking it back to the chair, to you, Director Ford. Does that list, there's two things we're trying to address here, which is to get compliance and get this rolling. But the other part is, I think, what Supervisor Madrone spoke to, which is we also don't want to make it so that staff feels like we're kicking cans down the road after you do a lot of hard work to get something to a certain place, and then and also the feeling of are we being taken seriously in terms of these revocations and compliance issues? Is there anything left, or how did the list that's been put forward in terms of the motion, do you feel like it addresses all the things you want to have addressed?
It addresses the reasons we're here. Yes.
Okay. All right. And you can hear from the board that there's not going to be a lot of, what I'm getting at is there's not a lot of leeway here. We're extending this potential for revocation to the end of the year. There's a list of compliance measures that must be met. I will note that this farm is over an acre in size, so it's not what we traditionally call a mom and pop. This is one of our more sizable farms in the county, and so this isn't just this is a significant endeavor or enterprise, and I want to make sure that we're giving it its due process. So with that, I support the motion.
Supervisor Madrone?
Well, I appreciate the elements that are in the motion, but I think the big glaring missing piece is what about the crop that was grown this year under suspension? I think the message that's being sent is that if your license is suspended, go ahead and grow, and if you get caught, no big deal, and if you don't get caught, well, then no big deal. I don't think that's the message we as a board want to be sending, frankly. So that's a huge glaring missing piece here in this motion from my perspective. I also recognize that the ability to be able to sell that crop may very well be closely tied to the ability to pay Measure S taxes, property taxes, and the fees to the Planning and Building Department. So that's the conundrum that I was speaking to. We often end up allowing these things to occur because we want to be able to get that money and all that stuff that was said here today. So I have a serious issue with that, because I think it sends the wrong message to say to people that if you're suspended, don't worry, go ahead and grow. You may get caught, no big deal. If you don't, no big deal. It basically means that our suspension has no teeth whatsoever. That's not the message I want to send. So I'm going to be voting no on this motion because of that, because I think we ought to be including that. And if the motion maker is willing to deal with that particular issue in this motion, I would probably support it. But other than that, what kind of teeth does that allow us to have there, frankly?
So as the motion maker, I don't think that there's anything we can do, send the sheriff to pick it up. It's probably in metrics. It should be in metrics. He has a state license, so it's probably legal. I'm assuming through the state. The planning and building department did not order him to do anything except for not cultivate any longer, which he didn't. So I don't believe that there's a direction that I can give through a motion for him to what with that product.
Can we ask Mr. Machado to come back up, please? What's the status of the product that you grew this summer?
It's sitting there on
It's in what?
It's sitting there at the farm.
Sitting there at the farm. It's not in metrics yet at all.
Well, I mean, it's.
I mean, it was part of the metric system because you
Yeah.
have to tag every plant and all that kind of
Yes.
stuff. But the
It's
product has not been sold. It's not in a
No.
distributor's hands. It's
No.
still sitting at your farm. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I think the motion, we're giving him 60 days to pay his money. And as far as hurting, I'd ask staff, is this going to hurt your feelings if we do this? Your staff, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you directly.
It's not going to hurt my feelings, no.
Okay, I didn't think so, because we've sat up here, and I've heard all this pleadings, and, we can't hold this week, we can't do this. But we're just coming off a 25-year code enforcement that every reason in the world we couldn't do anything with it. So let's go after the neighbors or ignore the neighbors and everything else. So I'm just saying I would rather have a reputation of giving. Our job up here is to give everybody a chance to succeed. How much money do we spend for economic development? But anybody will tell you if you take care of the businesses that are here, they cost about 20 cents on the dollar compared to going out and chasing a new business. And we're finding that out. Let's make sure our businesses that are here are doing good or surviving. We used to be I don't know if it's a great thing, but we used to be we put the green in the emerald triangle. In 2012, we were supplying 65% of all cannabis consumed in the world, they said. That's not me, that's other people. Was that a reputation I liked? No. No, we also had 15,000 grows. Think about that. That meant more than 1 in every 10 people were involved in a grow. And those numbers just to me. We're down to 1,500 grows. We're back at a reasonable state. We don't get a lot of complaints about smell, traffic, anything else. And as Mike said, the 1 acre grow, that's a big grow. Mike, we don't have any big growers anymore. And the big growers we have are trying to sell. So I'm just saying, if we want these niche, he has 2 employees, so I don't know if he's a giant source, but he says 2 employees, so they must work pretty hard. But I'm just saying, we're giving this guy 60 days. We're not opening the doors. We're not saying, hey, he gave him 60 days, let's not pay our taxes. I think the biggest thing is, and every one of these, these people are coming in and says, why didn't you pay your taxes? And we get the same thing. It's not because I don't want to. It's not because we're disrespecting you. It's anything else. He says, we don't have the money. So in turn, do we help them? Do we not help them? We've got a reputation of helping everybody. Not just cannabis. We're, housing, rezoning properties, everything else to try to make it work. So I don't have a problem with giving this guy 60 days. I don't know how many restrictions you want to put on him or anything else. I think that he's pretty restricted now. And then we see what happens. If not, he's got 500 acres that I know the property. You can't even yard that property for trees. It's so damn steep. So it comes off 299, so the road, it looks like everything, there's a hell of a lot more compliance than non-compliance. And I think, and this year, the guys that have made this for a year are now finding out it's the year of the mold. So it's going to be not good next year either. So I don't have a problem with it the way it sits. So, and I think it follows what we do on a weekly basis up here.
Supervisor Wilson?
just for going forward, assuming that compliance is met by the end of the year and the license is not revocated, my concern is in the next year, if this is a pattern, is there a way to fast track revocation if there is non-compliance moving forward with this particular property or permit?
Well, what you've given is relative to the December 31st deadline is a fast track to
I was talking about the next year. So what I'm getting at is like a pattern of practice. So now all paid up, everything's moving forward, but then in the next year, not paying, not doing, how quickly can we turn this back around so that I just want to make sure that we're just not enabling a pattern of practice.
Could I converse with council for a moment?
Please.
So we would still need to bring it back for hearing, but we could turn it around fairly fast. There is about a 30-day time frame for the system, but
So again, I'm hoping that the applicant understands the spotlight is on them post, if they can get through this, if they make it, great. When they get past that point, any non-compliance, I feel like I'm hoping that with this motion that the board is signaling that there's not going to be any tolerance moving forward, because we just can't reward a pattern of practice in this way.
Okay. Nikki?
Supervisor Bohn?
Sure.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, we have another public hearing that's going to come to us from Planning and Building, but before we do that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Also had to switch out county council was one of the reasons, and so we're going to go to our next item, but I wanted to let people know they've been asking kind of the how the agenda is going to go, and so we will hear Measure S before we go to lunch today, and that's for Sean too back there. So just hang tight, and we'll get through these two items that I think will be quick, and then get to that. So the next one is going to be another public hearing that is coming from Planning and Building. And council, do we need to read this one in? Okay, so we'll go to Director Ford for introduction, and I'm going to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty here, so I'll be scrambling while I'm introducing this. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval.
John, I need, sorry, Director Ford, and I didn't do it all today, but is there any ex parte communication on this item?
I have an ex parte, but I'm going to bring it up here in a minute. I'll let John do his thing, and then I'll read it into the record.
Okay.
So this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a modification to an existing conditional use permit that was really for a wedding venue out on Fickle Hill Road. The modification that the Planning Commission approved did not expand the number of events, but allowed an increase in the number of people who could attend the events, and it allowed for overnight stays in the house that's on site. But the overnight stays came with conditions to limit what could go on the other days on the property. So if there was a weekend with an overnight event, that overnight event would be, it could have the one wedding event with amplified sound, but the other days would be limited to the people who are part of the wedding party, and anything beyond that would actually be a separate event on its own. So I'm rapidly trying to pull up the PowerPoint here. Sorry.
That's okay. And for clarification, are you the applicant, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we are going to give you the same that we gave in the hearings today. You'll have 10 minutes after staff to say what you'd like to.
If I could be clear, Chair, there
Yeah.
is an appellant and the applicant or permit holder.
So how do you
The
want
person at the table is the appellant.
Appellant, okay.
And the appellant will have the first opportunity
Okay.
to
10 minutes,
present.
yep.
But then the applicant.
And is the applicant, you're the applicant, so you'll also have 10 minutes to speak, and then it'll go back to staff.
Yeah, as I spent 2 hours last night identifying a problem with the title of this agenda item, and then traced it through back to the Planning Commission documents. And I would like to ask that maybe, since we also paid $3,300 for this, that I don't believe I'll take longer than 15 minutes. And I noticed at the Henderson appeal back on September 9th, you granted him some extra time. I would just like to say from the beginning, I have a lot to cover, and I don't want to go so quickly that people don't understand. But at the same time, I'm not going to take longer than 15 minutes.
I'm just trying to, I've limited people to 10 minutes today, so we'll see where you get in 10 minutes, and then if there's more time, then I may extend that, but it's 10 minutes at this time.
But through the chair, just a matter of process. I have my ex parte report here, so I'll just read it out so it's in the record. This is an ex parte report for this appeal. I met with Mr. Davies on October 25th at 5:30 p.m. at the subject property on Fickle Hill Road. I did so at the invitation of Scott Davies, and conducted a site visit of the property. There was a wedding event happening at the time. During the tour, I observed the following: new bathrooms, the location of the leach field, the water system, the property entrance and exit points, and the general grounds and layout. Mr. Davies described the origin and evolution of the property into an event space, as well as some of the operational details. Mr. Davies described his sound monitoring system and carried a decibel meter during the tour. He noted sound is monitored at 3 locations, as well as at the location where the events are held. I suggested that he submit this monitoring information for the record. Mr. Davies discussed noise levels and relevant background noise from traffic, neighborhood activities, as well as sounds from the town, including campus and baseball games. Mr. Davies indicated that his mother owns and lives in the adjacent property, and that he and his wife intend to move in with her after completing renovations on that property. Other notes were that 67 neighbors were notified during the conditional use process. Mr. Davies stated he was not aware of any record of complaints with the county or the city of Arcata Police, and that he claims that the police department has reviewed operations and not expressed concerns regarding the use. Mr. Davies noted that the main appellant resides about 101,200 feet away over a rise and through some trees. The original permit was processed with the understanding that a portion of the property would be placed into a conservation easement. The land might otherwise have been developed into 8 new housing units. Mr. Davies also emphasized that the fire break and fuels reduction value provided by the current forest management practices. He also explained the ability to accommodate overnight guests allows for multi-day events, which would result in fewer total ceremonies and reduced potential for guest traffic load. The septic system was designed for 150 people, assuming everyday year-round use. However, since the system is only used during events, the average load is substantially less than the design requirements. And that is the sum total of my ex parte report. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn.
I'm not going to be that fluent. I talked with Scott. I've known Scott since his time in the valley, Mattole Valley and stuff. So we have talked about this, not to the extent of that, but just to the clarification of some of the questions. I didn't even answer any questions. He pretty much just BS'd, so.
Okay, anybody else? No? Okay, so we'll go to staff.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Bushnell and Supervisors. I'm Michael Kine with the Planning Department, and I will be doing the presentation for the Ridgefield Events Modification Appeal. I will begin with a short background of the project, what transpired with the Planning Commission, and then move on to the appeal itself. So this project is the Ridgefield Events Modification at 2242 Fickle Hill Road in Arcata. The applicant is Scott Davies, and the appellant is Ken Stump. Here is the location map. You can see that it is to the east of Arcata, about 2.3 miles up Fickle Hill Road. And then we utilize the base of Fickle Hill Road, which is the intersection of Union Street and Bayside Road, to get that measurement. Here you'll have a site plan from the originally approved conditional use permit, PLN 18885 CUP, which was heard by the Planning Commission on April 4th, 2024. The permit holder submitted a modification request application on June 12th, 2025, and he requested the following. It would allow up to 14 guests overnight for up to 3 days in the existing residence. It would have increased the number of events to 40 per year, mid-April through mid-October, and increased the maximum number of guests up to 175 per event. The original permit allowed for a maximum of 30 events between mid-April and mid-October, with a maximum of 120 guests. At that time, there was no request for overnight stays during the original application. And as you will see, the Planning Commission and the applicant updated the requests throughout the night of the planning hearing. As Commissioner Wilson had alluded to, there was an update to the wastewater treatment system. After the conditional use permit was given, It was a commercial-sized system approved by the Department of Environmental Health on March 3rd, 2025. He also added 2 ADA restrooms that were built under permit 60661 and utilized a structure that was already on site, so it was just converted. These restrooms removed the requirement for the portable toilets and hand washing stations for the guests that were required in the original conditional use permit. This next slide shows the location and basic plan of the commercial septic system. And then the second one shows the septic system for the house and the leach field location. For the modification, the applicant had sent a good neighbor letter to the surrounding neighbors on March 19th, 2025. And then the notice order for public comment came from the Planning Department on August 7th, 2025. 18 letters or emails were received by the Planning Department opposing that modification. 1 letter was received in favor of the modification, and that one was received by the applicant due to the good neighbor letter. Many of the public comments raised centered around water usage and the impact of wells, water contamination, traffic, noise, alcohol consumption and travel, reduction of property value, number of staff on site, and an increase of the number of large events on any given weekend. The Planning Commission discussed the needs for the modification concerns of the neighbors. This included the increase of gas from 120 to 175, noise concerns and noise monitoring, overnight stays versus the short-term rental comparison, and also amplified music during events. Several conditions of approval were added to come to a conclusion. There was a supplemental of monitoring reports to the Planning Department for the next 3 years. Weekend packages and overnight stays shall include only a single day of amplified music or speech. Guests were limited to 150 per event. There shall be no more than 30 events with amplified music, and short-term rental noise standards would apply for all overnight stays. Here's a small table showing the original permit versus the modification request and the approved modification. You'll see that the original was 125, request was 175, 150 guests were the maximum that was decided upon. There was no increase in the number of events. There was no increase in the amplified events, and that they did allow for the overnight stays. In the end, the vote was 4-0 for approval, with Commissioners Levy, McFarland, and West being absent. They allowed for the weekend packages with 1 amplified event. Overnight stays would adhere to the short-term rental ordinance noise standards, an increase of a maximum of 150 guests, and any events, including overnight stays, that included more than the guests that's staying at the overnight stays would be counted as an event of the 30. An appeal was requested on September 15th, 2025 by the appellant Kenneth Stumpf. Concerns he felt that weren't addressed by the Planning Commission included water usage and the impact of wells, the septic system, public safety, traffic, noise, fire risk, property value concerns, and alcohol consumption. And I do want to mention that he is the appellant, but several community members also submitted information. The basis of the appeal, the appellant, we find that the appellant was incorrect in their argument that the impacts would increase traffic on Fickle Hill, and that they were never considered. Public Works conditions required staff to be present at all events for traffic control, and and we found that the introduction of overnight stays could reduce the number of overall traffic at the events. The concern of driving under the influence, there was no evidence to show an increase of accidents or DWIs on Fickle Hill Road presented at the time of the commission hearing. And the applicant or the permit holder does allow for overnight parking for those who might seem intoxicated or feel that they could use a ride, and they could leave their car and pick it up the next day. Water usage and the impact of neighboring wells. Per the Department of Environmental Health, each event would require approximately 750 gallons for the 150 guests. At a maximum of 30 events, that would be less. That would only be 22,500 gallons used per year. The average family home uses approximately 150,000 gallons in a year. All drinking water associated with the event is provided from off-site, and in the original permit, Planning Commission set a threshold. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. The next project, or the next issue was noise. The Planning Commission capped all amplified events at 30. Decimal level was set at 80 decibels based on the short-term rental ordinance thresholds, and there is decibel monitoring provided by the permit holder. In the original permit approval, the Planning Commission set the threshold of 80 decibels as it relates to the short-term noise thresholds and the general plan. 80 decibels is the standard for the timber production zone. This parcel is in a TPZ. And as typical residential wood framed construction reduces noise by at least 15 decibels, the residents would be only exposed to 65 decibels while in their homes. Septic, as I mentioned before, there was an installation of a commercial on-site wastewater treatment system. It was approved by the Department of Environmental Health earlier this year, and the residential septic tank was replaced in 2025 under an environmental health permit, and the leach field was inspected and approved at the same time. Another concern was the risk of fire. The Arcata Fire Protection District referral response came on January 22nd, 2024, and they approved of the project. Per the project plan, there's adequate space for emergency vehicle entrance, egress, and turnaround. There are 30,000 gallons of water storage dedicated for fire suppression on site, and the permit holder is on site during the events to manage if there's any issues. Another concern that was brought up by the appellant was the temporary use. Partial zone TPZ, timber production zones, allow for the property to be used as special events with a conditional use permit under statute 314-62.1, special events and attractions, and the permit was approved for 5 years. The next concern was a reduction of property value. The potential loss of property value is not a required finding for the approval or denial of a permit under the county code, so that was not taken into consideration. Finally, the appellant was concerned regarding the Planning Commission's due diligence due to the meeting starting late, and was concerned that the Planning Commissioners were not prepared. However, they did adhere to the Humboldt County Planning Commission Rules Code of Conduct, which was approved and revised by this board in 2022. And the fact that the Planning Commission did not follow or allow for members of the public to speak for more than 3 minutes or to speak more than once is not a reason to grant an appeal. Public notice for this appeal. Public notice letters were sent out on October 10th, 2025, and Board of Supervisors notice for comment was published October 14th, 2025 in the Time Standard. 8 letters and emails were received opposing the modification and requesting the appeal to be granted. The original modification, there were 18 letters received requesting for denial of the original modification. Since the notice of modification was sent out on August 7th, 11 complaints have been received. Prior to the modification, community members seemed unaware of who to reach out to concerning noise or other concerns regarding the event venue. Also, 4 letters or emails were received in favor of the modification and requesting the appeal be denied. Prior to that, only 1 letter was received for the modification. Staff recommends that the board deny the appeal for PLN 18885 MOD01 and approve the original modifications subject to the conditions of appeal set by the Planning Commission. Planning staff makes this recommendation based on the notion that the operation is allowable under county code with a conditional use permit, and that the operator has adhered to all required conditions of approval set in the original CUP and updated, as well as the updated conditions that have been added by the Planning Commission since. The Humboldt County Public Works Land Use Division approved of the modification, had no further recommendations or conditions, as well as the Department of Environmental Health. With that being said, the Board of Supervisors must find that the modification would not be detrimental to the public's health, safety, and welfare. The Board of Supervisors should consider all the evidence in making their decision. And I'm available, that's the end of the presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Supervisor Bohn?
When you ask for 30 amplified events, would they have the freedom or the right to have a wedding for 40 people with a guy on a guitar with no amplification?
Yes, as long as you didn't go over the decibel level, that would be fine.
So the limiting on the 30 events is like if you brought on Julio Iglesias compared to the Grateful Dead, I guess, then, right?
If you had amplified music, and that also includes speech as well, so amplified.
I understand.
Just to clarify the question, what I hear you asking is if they don't have amplified events, do they get to have more than 30 events?
Yes.
The answer is no.
Then why I'm just saying, why 30 amplified events instead of 30 events?
It was a little bit confusing at the Planning Commission meeting because the Planning Commission considered allowing the 40 events as requested, but having 30, limiting the number of amplified events to 30. But in the end, the motion was only for 30 events.
Okay. So, and that's events being paid for. Like if they wanted to have a family party up there and knowing that they have kids and their kids have friends, I mean, we're not going to get, I'm wondering who's going to keep track of all this crap anyway. But anyway, I'm just,
Are there any other clarifying questions before we go to the appellant? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I also wanted to clarify what Supervisor Bohn was asking about, so I appreciate that. With respect to the number of events, total versus amplified. But I think I'm clear on that. I wasn't exactly clear on the letters thing. So it sounds like a lot of letters were received in opposition to the modification that the applicant is requesting initially, and then that tapered down after the Planning Commission hearing with this appeal process.
Correct.
Okay. But we still have a majority of formal letters received to your department being opposed to the application, or it's a little confusing. So we got initially 18 letters saying no thanks on the modification as neighbors. And then when the planning commission went through the process and then this appeal was filed, 11 people are saying no thanks to the appeal.
So basically there was 26 letters opposing the event venue completely, and only 5 approving of it in the
Okay.
end. And then there were 11 complaints filed separately, basically due to the noise.
Gotcha. Okay. And then we received our own bunch of emails, but those aren't part of what we're talking about here.
Correct.
Those were comments received to the board.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
I'm sorry, that brought on a whole new thing. How many were duplicates, complaints of the previous now, and a large amount, I heard a large amount of complaints. It's a large amount of complaints if there were only 30 notices sent out. If there were 80 notices sent out, or whatever the case be, and on both the side of the friendly neighbor letter that was sent out and the notifications we sent out. How many notifications did we send out?
67.
The county?
I don't know the exact number.
I believe the comment from the audience is approximately correct. It was.
And to that letter, we got 8?
Yes.
So 13%ers. Okay, I'm just trying to, there's so many numbers being flown around, I don't know if that's considered sizable, but, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, sir, your name?
Ken?
Stump.
Oh, Mr. Stump.
Yeah, can I ask for a point of clarification before we go, where the second slide on the bottom of your handout deals with the error in the title that's shown right behind you, and it's an error that goes all the way through the paperwork back to the Planning Commission meeting and resolution signed by John Ford as being correct, and it was not correct, and we verified that this morning. So I'd like the Planning Department to comment on that before I proceed.
So you're going to give your presentation, and then they're going to comment on all of the items, and they'll comment on that as well. And that's how we laid out this public
Okay.
hearing today.
Okay, I'm not, I was hoping to have that resolved before I did this, because they're asking you to sign a resolution, if you accept it, that is in error right now.
So that will be addressed after you present, and then staff will address that. Nikki, can I get 10 minutes, please, on the clock?
Okay, then can we, I'd just like to clarify, these are things I was not expecting, because I was thinking I was going to have a PowerPoint presentation capability where I was going to be in control of it. I handed you documents that represent all the slides in the PowerPoint. I gave this to you so that you could take notes if you want or ask questions later, but I'm going to be telling you basically, let's turn to the next page if you want to go through on the pages. I'm going to have to either be looking at the screen or looking at my documents as I go, and it's going to take extra time.
Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, they have it, but I can't control it, and
Hold
I can't.
hold on,
It's
sir.
going to take longer to advance the slides.
Hold on, sir. Nikki, do you have that PowerPoint?
I do, but it can certainly be given to Ms. Turner to allow Mr. Stumpf to control the PowerPoint. Whatever's
Is that
fine.
possible?
Do you want to email it to Nikki?
Sure.
And then you'll get a clicker. I'm just going to hold off 1 second, and then
Thank you.
you're going to control your PowerPoint. Nikki, do you have the clicker there?
I think we can turn the pages without,
He wants.
okay.
I'm trying to accommodate him. I'm just trying to be fair with him. She'll pull it up, sir, and then once it comes up, then
I assume this button with the arrows to advance the slides?
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as she pulls it up, then you'll have that ability. So just for clarification for you, if the dinger goes off, keep talking until I tell you not to.
I would appreciate as much time as possible.
I understand that.
This is a very significant event.
I
in our
understand that,
neighborhood.
sir. It's equal time for you and the applicant, so
I'd like to have equal time for the planning department.
that's not how it goes.
Can I say that I will be skipping over some slides because I think that they have already presented some
Just tell us, yes, do whatever you want.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, you can start.
Okay, my name is Ken Stumpf, and I am here today asking you to, I have to get through the bad stuff. Okay, I'm here today asking you to rescind the approval of planning modification 2025-18885 Mod 1 that was approved by the Planning Commission back on September 4th. I'm representing a group of 7 families in the neighborhood. Some opposed this venue from the very start. Some information about Ridgefield events. Basically, I want to emphasize that the conditional use permit and the modification allow Ridgefield to host weddings and special events. I want to emphasize they can host rehearsal dinners, they can host brunches, fundraisers, general meetings right now. It is not just a wedding venue. On this map of the area, Ridgefield events in our neighborhood basically occupies the northeast quadrant of the neighborhood. Why did we appeal? The Planning Commission negotiated a new modification that we basically never had time to provide any input to through this process. We wanted the chance to review, evaluate, my laser pointer doesn't work, review, evaluate, and respond to the new modification, something we were not allowed to do at the hearing. We're concerned that the future commercialization of our neighborhood and the potential associated detrimental impacts of the venue operations have never been thoroughly studied. We fear that there's an apparent pattern of permanent venue expansion through the incremental permitting process without there ever being consideration for the planned future venue as a whole. We do not want a commercial resort in our area. In the original definitions, the CUP defines that it's a special event venue, maximum 120 guests, 30 events per year, and typically 2 to 20 guests is a small event and 3 to 120 is a large event. Definitions were further defined in Ridgefield Events Operating Plan. This plan has never been updated yet, but it basically shows that the focus is on small weddings, 2 to 20, and large events with 3 to 120. Furthermore, it then defines that there's only 30 events per season from mid-April through mid-October. In addition, it says that the majority of the 30 events will be small events, 2 to 20 people. It does not talk anything about large events. I interpret small events to be at least 16 of the events will be 2 to 20 people. It further goes on to say that it's going to be operated by the husband and wife with no employees. I don't know how many employees there are right now. I believe there's anywhere from his admission of 15 to maybe as many as 24. So this is what's in the current operating plan. This is why some of the neighbors gave them the benefit of the doubt and said, we will give this a chance, okay? So this is just a summary of what I just went over. This is the support mapped out for the original 2024 agreement. Green is in support. Yellow is, well, we kind of support it with questions. I was one of those. I had concerns. Red are the people who originally supported this from the start and did not approve of the original conditional use permit. This is the current status of the neighborhood approval, okay? There's nobody who still is in the sort of category of, I'm gonna give it a chance. During the commission hearing, Ivor Scandal expressed the frustration over this change in support in just 18 months and wondered why. So what happened? Well, they deviated from few small events to many more large events. 87.5% of the events were large events this past year. They had loud amplified music and DJs and crowd noise, cheers, chants, so forth. Lots more traffic, but no traffic study. And I can show you pictures later of confused cars being on the wrong side of the road, right at the base of their driveway, with cars going down the hill, having to travel in the uphill lane. The other potential impacts that Michael pointed out have never been studied. Okay? They applied for the modification that basically includes overnight stays for up to 14 guests, and Michael already covered this, so I'm going to move on to the next one. Okay? He also covered this, that basically the written comments were totally against this, just about. Oral presentations were all against it. The neighborhood noise pollution was the only concern the Planning Commission acknowledged and tried to address. They didn't address any of the other conditions or concerns. The public hearing outcome, you've already heard about that. But there was a negotiation with the applicant to come to a solution. We never had any opportunity to contribute to the discussion. We couldn't ask questions, we couldn't evaluate, we couldn't critique, okay? You know what the results are, and the commission voted 4-0 in favor of it. So what's wrong with all this? Well, the complainants were completely left out of the process. The only way we can say anything is to spend $3,200 and come here before you, okay? The Planning Commission appeared that they'd mitigated the noise issue by basically holding the events at 30, but they didn't. They've actually increased the noise issue because they were supposed to be small events, such as Mr. Bohn mentioned, with maybe an acoustic guitar or something like that. No, they basically guaranteed they will all be large events now, large amplified events every weekend. I'll show you that later. They forgot to apply the definition of an event as stated in the conditional use permit, which is still in effect. As a result, they didn't mitigate the noise issue, and like I said, we're guaranteed now basically at least one large amplified noise event every weekend from mid-April through mid-October. What happened was they had a redefinition of the event, and the original event definitions are on the left side. Those carry over to the right side, but in the middle here, and again, my clicker works, you can see it, but it doesn't work on the screen. In the middle, they created a weekend package where they actually would take 3 events and convert them into one event. They changed the definition of 3 to become 1 so that these 3 events would become 1. There's only one way that the Friday night rehearsal and the Sunday brunch are not an event, and that's that if nobody attends the event other than the people who stayed at the venue. Okay? There cannot be one outside guest or it becomes an event. They set no limit on the size of the Friday or Sunday associated events. They could have 150 people at the Friday dinner, and they could have 150 people at the Sunday brunch. And imagine if you have a destination wedding where 100 people come from Colorado, they all want to gather Friday night at the venue to visit with their friends and relatives. They'll all want to come to the brunch Sunday morning and visit with their friends and relatives. I predict that the wedding event may be, or the Friday and Sunday events may be as big as the wedding event. They're not going to be small little events just associated with the guests who stay at the venue. So it turns out they tried to limit the number of events, but it turns out that they actually, by my projections, increased the events from 30 to by as many as 44 to 52 additional events. I'll go into the math here real quickly. I came up as a business person with 2 options, okay? Option 1 is 30 large events during the 26 weeks and small events. There'd be 26 weekends of the bundles that the 3 events over the 26 weeks equals 78 original events, and then 4 midweek events times 1 small event for 4. They actually granted 82 original events and granted 52 additional original events over the 10 that he asked for. In the second situation, it's to have 30 large events in 26 weeks. He now drops back to 22 weekend events times 3 original events, leaving 4 weekends when you can have 2 large events like on Saturday and Sunday. So here you only get an increase of to 74 events or 44 additional original events when he only asked for 10. So basically, they gave him 3 original events for the price of 1, and they set no limit other than the 150 maximum. We predict that the number of guests will increase from 2,200 to 3,900 under option 1 that I gave you, and from 2,200 to 3,800 roughly, which are basically 75% increases in the number of attendees at the events over the weekend over the current plan. And this is using his average 2025 attendance figures, okay? So I'm going to skip over this and summarize it. The thing is, we need to overturn this approval of the modification because the Planning Commission did not consider the definition of an event and continue it through. Another deviation, the overnight stays. We don't want Ridgefield events to morph into Ridgefield Destination Wedding Resort. What other amenities are they going to next be petitioning for? A restaurant, bar, spa, permanent shuttle service, laundromat, swimming pool. What if they what if they apply for a cannabis dispensary so that all these out-of-state people can come to his venue and taste the various different types or smoke the various different types that Humboldt is so proud of, okay? So these are the types of concerns that we want to avoid. We do not want our community to turn into the Fickle Hill Town Center. Okay? We don't want the commercialization. We don't want more B&Bs. We don't want a small local general store. We don't want food trucks parked out there to serve the people. We don't want bike rentals. Furthermore, another reason to rescind this is all the increases that could occur with the potential increases in events. How can you say that there won't be potential increases and detrimental effects when we're increasing the number of events? This all needs to be studied. We urge no increases in usage, guests, or overnight stays until we know more about the potential impacts of these proposed changes.
Okay, sir, that's going to be your time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So at this time, is it Mr. Davey? Yes. Would you like to sit at the table or would you? You'll stand at the podium? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to give you 11 minutes, which is what I gave the...
Just prefer to wait for my timer to start until John has my slide deck.
That's fine.
Lined up.
Yep. So, so Mr. Stump got 11 minutes, so that's what you're going to get as well.
I won't need that much time. I timed my presentation. I'll be done before that.
Okay. John, will you are we ready?
Should be ready. Okay. First slide whenever you're ready. Good morning, Supervisors and Chair Bushnell. I appreciate the chance to talk with you today. The appeal raised several concerns which are already reviewed by the Planning Commission at my original conditional use permit hearing and then debunked by a variety of experts whose assessments I've shared with you in writing, and so today I'm just going to focus on introducing Ridgefield and talking about sound impacts. Ridgefield is a destination wedding venue located in Arcata, bringing couples and guests from around the country and the world to visit the Redwoods, celebrate some of the most tender moments of their lives, and vacation in our beautiful corner of the country. The seed that grew into Ridgefield was planted when we gifted a 77-acre conservation easement to the city of Arcata, protecting our entire property from development and expanding the habitat of the Arcata Community Forest. Ridgefield is built on the values of conservation and sustainability. We've also understood from the beginning that success would have to be built on county approval, which is why we engaged the planning department at the start and have worked with them every step of the way. Since receiving the unanimous support of the Planning Commission at both CUP hearings, we have carefully recorded the sound impacts from our venue to ensure that we're well within the guidelines set for us by the county. Next slide. It's also very important to us to be good neighbors and to continue to work proactively with our neighborhood. I've lived here for 21 years, and Krista and I are returning shortly to our neighborhood to look after my mother, adjacent to our venue and closer to its sound than any other home. To ensure thoughtful operation, we commissioned an acoustical report before even applying for our initial conditional use permit to get a thorough understanding of how sound would impact our neighborhood, how best to set up our sound system for minimum impacts, and how best to record decibel levels. It's also why, before both of our CUP hearings, I walked my neighborhood and delivered letters to every neighbor informing them of our proposals and seeking their feedback. For the record, that number of letters, which I got from Trevor Eslow, is 67, is the total number of noticed neighbors. Based on this framework of sustainability and conservation, of county compliance and neighborhood outreach, we have built a successful tourism-based wedding business delivering vendor partnerships, tax dollars, and a very substantial economic impact on our local economy. Put up that next slide. Actually, go back one, John, I'm sorry. Ridgefield promotes truly a best of Humboldt experience to the world, and people are taking notice. Not only are they visiting us and bringing much needed outside capital to our area, but they're also leaving 5-star Google reviews about their experiences visiting Humboldt County. This map shows some of the places in the country from our Google Analytics that we have booked weddings from and brought guests from. Next slide. And this slide shows the website inquiries that we've had for booking weddings from across the world. My wife and I do not take any salary or paycheck yet from our business. Instead, we're investing our proceeds into projects that continue to enhance our venue, like the ADA restroom project we completed with the building department and DEH earlier this spring. Fast forward to our modification hearing on September 4th. The heart of this request is the ability to host weekend retreats where a small group will stay with us from Friday through Sunday with a single wedding on Saturday. This allows a small group of guests a longer time to connect with each other and spend time together and more of their money here in Humboldt County. It also reduces our weekend traffic and sound impacts by 2/3. It takes a weekend in which we could currently do 3 weddings and reduces that to 1. This will reduce our weekend guest totals by up to 300 people. We also asked for an additional 10 events aimed at elopements and an increase in our maximum guest count by 55 people. Several neighbors then spoke about their concerns, mainly regarding sound and traffic. Having heard these concerns, and in the spirit of compromise, I offered to eliminate our additional 10 elopement events and reduce our max guest count by 25 people. The Planning Commission weighed the concerns of neighbors against the clear evidence that we're operating well below our sound threshold. In the end, they decided unanimously on the compromise and trusted that we would, in fact, be able to book some weekend retreats and therefore reduce our impacts even further. To date, we have booked 5 weekend retreats, which has taken 15 potential wedding dates and reduced that number to 5. This is why the compromise decision by the Planning Commission makes so much sense. The appeal group has expressed concerns about sound and traffic, which is reasonable. But their total silence and inaction over the course of 2 seasons makes the concerns brought to the Planning Commission at the 11th hour less compelling. Over the course of 40 events, not one member of the appeal group voiced any concern to me or to the county. In fact, not one neighbor voiced any concerns whatsoever for 2 full seasons. You all have a copy of the letter that I hand-delivered in March to all 67 neighbors who were noticed for this project. I introduced our proposed modification, asked for comments and feedback, invited them to our home for an open house and tour, and gave them my personal cell phone number so that they could reach out if they wanted to communicate any questions or concerns. While we did get several positive and supportive responses, not one member of the appeal group was sufficiently bothered or concerned or curious enough to contact the county or even send me a text. Not a word until the week before the modification hearing, when they got upset over a proposed change. I completely understand that change can feel unsettling. Advance that, John. One more. This is a small sample of decibel readings that I've taken around my property. These are all on Fickle Hill Road. There are a variety of different times, variety of different dates, and they all demonstrate that ambient noise from traffic on Fickle Hill Road, taken at the end of my driveway, is somewhere between 72 and 76 decibels. Go ahead. This is an actual map that shows all of the parcels that were noticed for this hearing. The green parcels are not taking part in the appeal. The red parcels are taking part in the appeal, and the gray parcels are either timberland or they are vacant properties, meaning the houses are empty and no one lives there. The other important piece of information here is some data from the Salter report, and it shows the rate at which sound decreases over distance. You can see that by the time the music gets to our first property, its boundary, it's already dropped 21 decibels. The next ring is a 30 decibel drop. The next ring is a 36 decibel drop, and by the time we get out to Mr. Stump's property, 1,200 feet away through the trees, that level of sound has dropped 42 decibels from the speaker level at our stage. Go ahead, John, next slide. This is a simple comparison of the other sounds in our neighborhood and where Ridgefield lands on that. At the very top of this chart is traffic on Fickle Hill. Underneath that is Final Approach, plane traffic, Crabs games, and then Ridgefields. Next slide. We cannot make events, next slide. Actually, stay there. Go back one. Sorry, John. This is just a quick comparison chart so we get a sense of what we're talking about with these decibels. The level at which decibels, the sound decibels at which Ridgefield is where we're generating music is equivalent to chamber music in a small auditorium. And by the time it's getting out to the neighborhood, it's a household refrigerator or a suburban area at night. This is from the acoustical engineering firm. Next slide. We cannot make events completely silent, and that was never a requirement of our conditional use permit. What we will continue to do is operate well below the threshold that the county set for us and well below other neighborhood noises. Yes, some of our events are audible for short stretches of time, but as the report from Salter makes clear, quote, audibility does not constitute mismanagement. Ridgefield being occasionally audible does not mean that Ridgefield is mismanaging sound. The experience of sound is subjective, and other neighbors have written to confirm that they are not bothered at all by the sound from our events, and that other noise sources are indeed louder. Even one of our appellants, Mrs. Geller, wrote in emails to describe how Ridgefield sounds at her house. She writes, quote, "We did not hear amplified music. There was cheers and random hubbub for an hour. Basically like you'd expect if you were hundreds of feet away from a campground," end quote. She continues, "There were cheers and laughter, some talking, though I couldn't hear music, if there was music," end quote. Finally, you've received numerous letters supporting our conditional use modification from the Arcata City Council, Arcata Chief of Police, Arcata Chamber of Commerce, Humboldt Lodging Alliance, our vendor partners, a national SEO expert, some of the many businesses from Eureka to Trinidad that benefit from the guests we send them, and so many of our neighbors. In fact, you've seen that most of our neighbors
sorry,
support
Mr. Davey.
the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we will go out to public comment, and we are going to start that public comment on the Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There are no callers on Zoom.
There's no callers on Zoom? Okay. So public comment in the room, if someone would like to comment on this project or the appeal of this project, please come forward. Hi, Meredith.
Hi. So Good morning, Supervisors. I am speaking on behalf of the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. I'm also past Executive Director of the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking in support of the Ridgefield events. You know, I was at a county-sponsored event yesterday when I sat for 4 hours with many of my colleagues brainstorming about tourism and ways to increase tourism and get people to come and visit and fall in love with Humboldt County. I think this is probably a great representation of getting people out to our county, getting them to see and spend money in Arcata and beyond. So the services Ridgefield provides directly supports and impacts tourism in Humboldt County and brings much needed tourism dollars into Arcata, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other, hello.
Hello. Good morning, all. Thank you for having giving me the opportunity. My name is Kevin O'Brien, and I live at 2461 Fickle Hill Road in Arcata, and am the current president of the board for the Crestview Heights Water Company. This is a small incorporated nonprofit water company serving 8 parcels, including 6 single-family households and 1 small for-profit business. As circumstances change in our neighborhood, our company needs to be flexible enough to accommodate changes either by natural disaster, such as earthquakes, or tree foliage, or business expansion, such as the one being considered today. Since the 80s, our business model has been reasonably casual. All 7 single-family households are entitled to 1/7 of the available water produced by the system. However, in recent years, 2 businesses have evolved, one being a rental and the other becoming Richfield Events. In order to accommodate these changes, we have decided to move from a standard monthly fee to a usage fee based on average usage per parcel. This should accommodate the anticipated variability in water usage. However, the system was designed for 7 single-family households and is limited in its source supply and its storage capacity, especially in the low-flow season from late August to October, which is the time when these events will be happening. As such, overuse, either through equipment failure, accident, or overuse or otherwise, has at times left us with the need to purchase water at a cost to the company of approximately $200 per delivery. Because the additional development of Ridgefield Events produces an unknown in this regard, we will consider new language in our Articles of Incorporation, creating a benchmark overuse amount, which will trigger a requirement to purchase additional water. In preparation for this change, which is slated to begin in the first quarter of 2026, we have recorded some water readings from June 1st through September, which are our highest usage and lowest source production months. While some overages have occurred, Ridgefield Events so far has not been unusual. To date, Scott Davies has been a valued member of our company, and because our easement crosses his property, he has kept the roadway up to our system in good repair. Our desire in this regard, in fact, our responsibility, is to protect the system from exhausting our supply through overuse in the future. Protective language to that effect in this permit process may help prevent future misunderstandings and litigation regarding diminished property values. As such, we would respectfully request such protective language be included in the permit process being considered
Thank you,
today.
sir.
Thank you.
That's your 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay, if there's nobody else, if you intend to make public comment, come forward, ma'am. Please line up just so we know how many we have. Hi, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Olson. I live at 22, and my husband, Eric Olson, live at 2269 Fickle Hill Road. We have lived in our house on Fickle Hill Road since 1973. For the first dozen years we were there, we had very poor water available to us. It was a jerry-rigged makeshift system owned by the past owner of the land, Loring Swanland, who developed this poor water system in order to supply 5 homes that he built and sold on Fickle Hill Road. Ours was not one of them. Ours was built in 1902. So In the late 1980s, we learned about a loan from the California Department of Water Resources to help rural water systems in need. We were able to get that loan, and we were able to build a new water system. It required us to get deeded easements across the property then belonging to Lawrence Swanland, now owned by Scott Davies. And we consulted an attorney to help us with that. And we also developed an agreement for the water system. Our agreement states that the water is to be used for single families and gardens. We chose that wording exactly because we did not want commercial development. Our water arises from Kelly Creek, which flows down from the Davies property into the Mad River. Part of our agreement with the agencies that granted us the loans, and also, I can't remember the name, of the state water board, was that we would not dewater that stream, that we would allow water to flow down that stream because of the fish. So we have two reasons to be very concerned about the water usage. Scott Davies is claiming 30,000 gallons of water. Well, a lot of that water is our water storage also. We have 12,500 gallons up on top, and Scott has a certain amount down below. I don't know about that. So we're in a difficult situation now because Scott is not living there, so there's no single family home. And there is also commercial use. Now the only use from from his parcel is commercial. And Scott is now saying to us that he does not accept the legality of our agreement, which was made all those years ago with an attorney. Our property easements on his land and our agreement run with the land. What do we do now? Especially since he has this septic system.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, that's your 3 minutes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dave White. I live in the 2000 block of Fickle Hill Road to the west of the property that's being discussed. There's been a lot of numbers thrown around and everything, but the bottom line is the neighborhood as a whole has been severely impacted by Ridgefield operations, and primarily noise. I am concerned about water. You heard that was discussed by the last couple of people. I'm concerned about the impact on the water table. If there's more wells put in on Mr. Davies' property, it could impact us. I'm also a little concerned about septic, to the point that I'm doing monitoring on my water now. The big thing is noise. Everybody hears it when he has a big event. You can talk about sound monitoring and numbers and the sound plan, all of which I might point out were commissioned by Mr. Davies and are done by Mr. Davies, which I don't think is an unbiased way to do it. But consider what happened with the comments on the modification. You know, the original use plan, about 50-50, for and against. On the modifications was 18-1 against. There were some numbers thrown out here. I think it was 7-4 or something like that against. There's a reason the neighbors are all of a sudden submitting comments against, is because we're tired of hearing the noise. Under this modification, he can have a large event every weekend during the spring, summer, and early fall. So every weekend, if we want to sit on our deck, particularly on a Saturday, we're going to have to listen to the noise from his events. It's not appropriate for a residential neighborhood. He's putting a commercial enterprise in what is a residential area, and it's not fair to all the neighbors. So I'm asking you to revoke the modifications and let us have some peace and quiet in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
I do have some printouts that I don't know.
You can hand them to our attorney over here.
I did a little bad math in there. I said,
Can you pull the,
I did a little bad math in the handout. I did 30 times 3 to just kind of talk about the number of events, but yeah, here we go. So, dear Board of Supervisors,
ma'am, you're going to need to speak up so
I
we can hear you.
apologize.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll just stick my face right in here. The modification is very significant in that it really is allowing for essentially 3 events on a weekend. I think there's around 26 weekends in the six months venue season. That's a lot of impact on our neighborhood every weekend during the end of the spring, the beginning of summer, all of summer, beginning of fall. I mean, that is the time where you hang out in the backyard, and you keep your windows open into the evening so that you can cool down because we don't have air conditioning. Yeah, our parcels, we have a adjoining parcel to Scott and Krista, and we haven't been living in our house for about 15 years. We bought our place in 2000, and our 2 sons were born while we lived up there. My mom, if she was here, she would say to you all that she passed in 2014, but she encouraged us to keep the property. She encouraged us to keep the property because it's beautiful. She and I had some really good times taking hot tubs in the backyard, and Tony got in an accident. He was riding his bike down the hill. We had to move down into Arcata, but what I want to say to you guys is that I was in support of this venue. I care for Krista. I knew her better than I knew Scott, but you know, I've been Scott's neighbor for a long time, but at the end of the day, we supported this based on a particular description of what the venue would be like, and we went into this with trust, and what the venue looks like today is nothing like was described in the initial CUP, and this is totally impacting our property. My husband and I are trying to get our house renovated in the front of our property to start an Airbnb of all things, and we could benefit from this, but we wanted to build in the back, and I don't want to live in the back of that property with these parties. We can hear it. It doesn't matter if it follows some kind of noise criteria. It is literally disrupting and changing the whole environment, and that's my truth. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm not here to talk about motorcycles. I'm Phyllis Geller. I live on Anger Road. I have previously submitted comments by email to you and to the planning department. I just want to add that I approve of the commentary you've heard today. And I know you've heard from many of my neighbors that may not be speaking here. We're against the conditional use permit of Ridgefield. And for the sake of our peaceful community, I'm hoping and asking that you would consider revoking the entire CUP at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello again, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I stick around these meetings not knowing what else is on the agenda, but I want to speak on this matter sort of in a broader sense than some of the neighbors are speaking about this particular property and commercial use and permit. I had the opportunity through an Arcata Chamber of Commerce mixer to attend an event at Richfield I did not use a car at the time, so I thought I'd test the waters to see how I could get there. So I walked to the base of Fickle Hill and stuck my thumb out, and a couple of people attending the event, one person picked me up, another person drove me back. I do remember the road to this event being a little difficult. But I guess besides those specific issues, I want to talk about conservation and sustainability and tourism and economic development and the environment. And as we all know, we have a regional climate action plan that has been presented and is hopefully going to come for approval to you. And it involves things like reducing greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled. And so whenever we're talking about events, whether it's an event on the plaza in Arcata or at Old Town Eureka or up there on Fickle Hill, we really need to think differently about how people get to and from those events. And I do think the driving under the influence is a very important component of that. But collective travel to these events is really, really important to me. And then I'm also thinking about noise. And it's people have objections to certain noises in their neighborhoods, but animals and even plants, there's evidence showing, and especially in a redwood forest ecosystem, noise is very impactful. And I do think that we really need to revisit how we party, how we get places, and how we use the resources or abuse the resources. So the Climate Action Plan and the committee that will be formed is going to be discussing a lot of that. And waste, I guess, is the third issue, transportation, noise, and waste reduction. So I do think so much needs to be considered when we receive input about these types of requests and appeals, to look at the big picture, everybody, the big picture of what it means to our county and to the world. And global climate action is quite necessary, and it can start here, and tourism can benefit by that.
Thank you. Hello.
Thank you for listening to me. I'm a landowner adjacent to Scott and the Richfield Advance, and it was interesting to hear that as long as I stay in my home on the best time of the year when it's to be outside, I won't hear the noise. So that's good to know. I didn't think I could just mediate it by just staying indoors, but now I know that. Thank you. I'm not this thing about the 3 days have lessen it by having less weddings, because, okay, how do I say this? Okay, three weddings, 1 weekend would mean 10 weeks season. That's not a bad deal, 10 weeks of distraction and staying indoors or whatever, as opposed to 3 days over 30 is a bigger season. So this benefit, I just don't understand that quite. And it's not as appealing to me, even though it's making it sound better. It doesn't quite work for some people. Other thing I wanted to mention was I wasn't aware that we were supposed to send letters to support the appeal. I thought this was our chance to note that and support the appeal, and that's why I'm up here speaking. Let's see. I did have hopes of building on the back of my property, and now being adjacent to a commercial venue like this that seems to keep expanding has changed that, and I'm now trying to figure out how to proceed. And I appreciate this voice, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for your public service. I know that sometimes that's a thankless job, and thank you for hearing what I have to say. My name is Krista Duarte Davies, and I am the co-owner of Ridgefield Weddings and Events and wife of Scott Davies. And if you had told me 5 years ago that I'd be running a wedding venue, I'd be somewhat surprised, but hospitality and service is part of my nature, and being mindful of my community, sustainability of the planet, and contribution to my community, my county, my state. I really think that if you were able to experience an event like so many of our guests give us amazing feedback, you would be blown away about what we're doing here in Humboldt. I think Humboldt needs more of this. I think people are afraid of change. And someone asked me the other day, what do you do? And I said, I'm in the love business. Tell me more. I'm like, well, I have a wedding venue. We cultivate love. We bring people together because people, they need a place to congregate that's beautiful, that's sustainable. The redwoods are amazing. We don't have another place like that on the planet. And so I just really appreciate all my hard work that I do with Scott. We're at every single event. We use vendors throughout the county. We use Party Place. We use Sugar Bear Baking. We have a caterer. So we bring people in. We bring jobs in. We help people who have Airbnbs or, go to the casinos and stay there. And, we have Uber drivers that are dropping people off and picking people up. So I just urge you to really think about what our conditional use permit was granted to us and what that says. Not what people are afraid of. People are afraid of their backyard, their, house, value and all that kind of stuff. And I want to say we need to speak collectively, think collectively. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any last public comment before I close public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment and we'll come back to staff.
I think, Chair, you give the opportunity to the appellant and the permit holder or applicant to rebut anything, or?
Sure. If that's what you would like.
Yeah, I'd rather have that done first, and then we'll respond to everything that's been brought up.
Okay, so the appellant and the applicant will get 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes like public comment.
Is it possible to get my presentation back up and get to the very last? It's like slide 42. We'll get there. I just want to know that if it is up there. I think it's slide 42. Yep. Wow. I've got some random comments that.
Nikki, start the time, please.
I'll start with some things like this. A mosquito buzzing around your head doesn't have to be 80 decibels to be annoying and disturb you, okay? There have been 11 complaints since the end of August. The applicant, the applicant says that they have complied to all the county's conditions. No, there have been noise complaints. There have been 2 sign complaints filed because he's not allowed any permanent signs. He has 2 permanent signs right now on his property. Complaints have been filed. He's had a complaint filed for too many guests. In his own self-reported 2025 attendance list, he went over the maximum of 120 and lists 3 weddings with attendance of 125. He's had 2 events out of season. He had 2 events this past weekend, past mid-October. He has not been compliant with the conditions, okay? Other things that come to mind are, I'd like you all, if you think it's a 5-star event, to come to our property during his 5-star event and see why we would rate it a 0-star event if we could. The sound studies he quotes are theoretical and hypothetical. I do not believe they ever took one measurement out of all the data they show in his sound study on his property. There needs to be an actual sound study where they measure levels of sound at the source, different levels of sound at the source, and then see how it emanates out into the different properties around there. That's never been done. His map that he showed is flawed. He didn't even represent our two properties correctly. One wasn't even filled in. In terms of his good neighbor letter, that's a complete facade. At the time he sent out the good neighbor letter, telling us about the overnight stays, he was actively building the 150-person non-standard septic system during that same month. He had already completed the ADA compliant bathrooms. Did he tell us about that? Did he tell us about his plans to move off the parcel? No. He has not been a good neighbor because he's hidden things from us. He has not conveyed what's actually happening, and as a result, this is why we have all lost faith in him in anything that he tells us. Okay? He's not a good neighbor. Okay? In terms of the city of Arcata, it's amazing to me that the city of Arcata provided input that emphasizes dollars to the economy over the rights of property holders. Okay? In terms of the staff report, it's, to me, ridiculous that the loss of property value, see the letter by Mark Burchett that basically says there will be loss of property value to all of us because we have to list noise defect as a known defect of our parcels. It's in the public records and submitted. I have petitions here that we took around the neighborhood that I would like to give to you just recently. They have 28 more signatures of people who do not want this to move forward until we have the studies done
Thank you,
that
sir.
need to be done. Can I give these to the...
You can give them to the attorney. Mr. Davy, would you like 3 minutes?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay.
I appreciate the chance to follow up a little bit. I'll try and be brief and address some of the bigger questions that were raised. No one has done more to protect the water resources on our property than we have by putting our entire property into a conservation easement, which is held by the city of Arcata, protecting that whole watershed from development. Second of all, as you heard from our president, Ridgefield is using less water than the single-family households on our water system. I want to say that all of the positive impacts that we deliver, we accomplish in 30 days out of 365. We are not Safeway. We are hardly ever open. All of our activity combined is less than a month's worth of days, and for the other 11 months of the year, Ridgefield is closed. I understand the concerns of the appellants, but as a group, they are 8% of the 67 that were noticed for this project. And really, I'd just like to leave you with the words of a neighbor who did write in response to our neighborhood outreach earlier this year. She wrote, quote, "Your communication has been excellent. For me and my young kids, it's fun to sit on our back deck and hear very faint, hardly discernible, and absolutely not disruptive music in the distance at night. We hear many neighbors playing live music frequently, and we can hear every event at Cal Poly and Crabs Ballpark, and those seem much louder than anything I've ever heard from your events. Keep up the great work, and thank you for the good communication," end quote. I'll say to Mr. Stump's concern about sound, if Mr. Stump feels compelled to list sound from Ridgefield as a disturbance, then he would also have to list airplane traffic, yarder whistles, logging trucks, road traffic, Crabs games, and Cal Poly on that list of sound disturbances. Confirming this modification means you support compromise and share the Planning Commission's desire to reduce the sound impact that neighbors care about most. This is really not complicated, and I wish I had done a better job of explaining this. Guests would like to stay with us for a weekend instead of just a day. We would do one wedding when we could currently do 3. That reduces all of our neighborhood impacts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now we'll go back to staff.
Thank you, Chair. There are a number of comments that were made that I would absolutely like to go through. Mostly items that were related to, just for clarification. I think one of the comments that had gone back and forth was, what is an event? An event is anything that is drawing people into the site. So part of the confusion here is if the people are staying on site and staying on Friday night and on Sunday, is that an event? No, that's not an event. That's associated with the wedding event. If they were to bring people in to do something expanded on the site, a rehearsal dinner, a brunch were the items that were brought up, those would be separate events. That was not part of what the Planning Commission considered. That's not what the Planning Commission approved. The Planning Commission really thought about there being 14 people that would spend the weekend on the site. There's 12 in the house, there's 2 in a cottage. I also wanted to get back to the resolution. And in the Planning Commission resolution, it does say up to 40 events with 30 with amplified sound. That was a mistake. And that will be revised to reflect that 30 events were approved. That's 30 events for the year between mid-April, mid-October. And so that will be modified. The resolution that's before you has the same error in it. That needs to be modified as part of any action, whether it's a motion to approve or to deny. It would need to be with that consideration. Also, just like to point out that there was a comment made about revoking the whole conditional use permit. The entire conditional use permit is not in front of you today. The only thing that's in front of you today is just the modification. You can deny the appeal and approve the modification. You can deny the appeal and approve the modification with conditions. You can modify it as you see fit. You can also approve the appeal and deny the modification. The effect of that would be that the existing conditional use permit with 30 events allowing 120 attendees to be there would stand. The only thing that would not be able to be there are the overnight stays. I wanted to call out, just to be really clear, one of the things the Planning Commission did in the first hearing was they wanted to make sure that the noise did not become excessive. And so they did impose an 80 decibel limit at the property line, recognizing that the parcels out there are a little bit larger, and so as sound travels, by the time it reached other residences, it would be somewhat limited. It is true that I think in the original conditional use permit, there was at least presented the idea that it would start with smaller events, and be predominantly smaller events. As often happens with a successful venue, that seems to be attracting more larger scale events, and that's not uncommon. There was no condition placed on the conditional use permit that wouldn't allow that to happen. I think at that point I will stop. I thought there was more that I wanted to respond to, but I'm not seeing it. But we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
I'm going to start with questions and clarifying questions. This has to do with the water and the water system and the existence of what is a water company. And I guess I'm kind of wondering, with the passage of SB 9 and our changes in our land use policy around second units, how does that modify that situation there? And then also, I guess I would ask if you have any opinion. There's 3 parts to this question. The other part about this is that there was the potential to subdivide the existing property that was put into a conservation easement, it sounds like up to 8 units, which again would be 16 units under SB 9. And then what's our piece of that, those what sound like civil matters as opposed to which would be adjudicated through our land use policy? Do you see what I'm saying in terms of the rights, in terms of the water rights?
Yeah, I absolutely understand that. So you are correct. There is always the ability under SB 9, but this really wouldn't be a site that's eligible for SB 9 because
Okay.
you've got to be basically on public water and sewer to get there. And this is a small water company. One of the things that is allowed under second unit law or accessory dwelling unit law is when there are concerns with water or sewer, those areas can be precluded from having second units. I don't think this area has ever confronted that before, and so that's not really an issue.
Well, we heard testimony that someone want to make a second unit, actually 2 folks wanting to make second units within the area here. And so I'm kind of wondering, that seems possibly a trend, and we, maybe not under SB 9, which is Senate Bill 9, that we in our general plan update allowed for second units by right in any zoning that allows for residential, single-family residential development.
That is correct. So, yeah, I'm going back to, I wanted to check the zoning real quick. In areas where you can have a primary unit, you can have an accessory dwelling unit and a junior accessory dwelling unit on the property. So that would absolutely be true. That would absolutely be true of the impact not only on water, but also on septic.
Okay. And then there was testimony about the source of somebody's water being in the Kelly Creek watershed. Do we know if there more than just one source in that draw?
I'm aware of the water company that exists here.
Okay.
We have been aware of that going into this project, but any concerns relative to that is frankly new. Some of the comments that were heard today is the first time we've heard those.
Because I thought that multi-unit water source was on the south side of the ridge. Wasn't that part of an issue with the City of Arcata's trail plan? There was some conflict about that location, and wouldn't that have been in the Jacoby Creek watershed?
I believe you're right. Yeah, Kelly Creek is actually quite a ways, a few parcels away.
Okay. All right. I wanted to kind of dive into that a little bit. I mean, it seems like if you look at what the location of the septic leach field, it's on the Mad River side of the ridge. Do you think that that's an accurate statement?
Yeah, I think that is accurate.
Okay. I have a question around the requirement that was put on by the commission, the planning commission, around operationally around the STR, using the STR conditions as part of the overnight stays. And from my perspective, it's interesting because we have STR, short-term rentals, that sometimes people use, and then they get used as events without conditions, and then we have problems but it's still under the STR provisions. And also, not just that, but also the TOT that's derived from the STRs as well. From my perspective, if this moves forward, I would ask that we condition this project to also contribute to the TOT, because we have people staying the night there. There are there's just the fundamental, what that pays into around our housing plan and what it pays into in terms of our public safety and supporting those activities around those folks staying there. If this moves forward, it still doesn't extend the time of the 5-year time frame of the original permit. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, so at that 5-year time frame, this whole thing gets re-evaluated.
That is correct.
Okay, that's the temporary part about this.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to get that straightened out. So again, we're only considering the modifications, not the existing permit per se.
That's correct.
Okay. Those are my questions for the moment. I'm happy to. I'll probably have a few more before we get to deliberations. Thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo?
All right, thank you. I have a couple questions. I wasn't clear, based on what I heard today, whether planning and building has received noise complaints or other complaints pertaining to this property.
We received complaints after the project was noticed, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
And they were responsive to the notice.
They were responsive to events.
Okay,
But up until that point, we had not received complaints.
I see. Okay.
That actually is not true. We did have one complaint in March, I think it was March or April earlier this year.
Okay.
Concerning the website. They were advertising far greater than the number of allowed people on the site. I believe it was 300. And they're also advertising for overnight stays as well. However, I believe that was there possibly in anticipation of getting the modification approved. At least the overnight stays, the number of people was still higher than they requested. So I don't know where that came from.
Okay.
And we did reach out to the permit holder to have him change that with his web designer.
Yeah, I saw that. I did not see that higher number. So when I reviewed the website, but that's interesting. Okay. And then could you, I know in the past when we've had noise issues come up, we've talked about how we don't have a detailed noise ordinance in place. And so we have the general plan and some other, places where we talk about kind of a range of acceptable noise. And but could you talk about a little bit about the challenge, any constraints that poses or around enforceability or around noise in particular?
Yeah, the hard part is, again, as has been said over and over again, I think by both the appellant and the permit holder, is that noise is subjective. So the original permit was conditioned that if there were complaints and the noise and the applicant needed to pay to have noise studies done, and it was found that they were over 80 dBs, that then he needed to monitor. He's been monitoring anyway. And at the property line, at least according to his measurements, it hasn't been at 80 decibels. The struggle is all kinds of things will affect noise. Temperature, humidity. Noise will travel better in some circumstances than in others. Topography affects it. Sometimes it reduces noise, sometimes it serves to allow noise to be broadcast in greater distances. So it is fair to say that a detailed analysis of what the noise is on the site has not been done. But it is also fair to say that hearing the events is not considered a violation of the noise.
Yeah, and we don't have a detailed noise ordinance nor an enforcement mechanism for that. It's a code enforcement matter, but again, like you said, it's a little bit.
Well, it wouldn't be code enforcement in this case. It would be
Okay.
a permit issue.
Okay.
And so we would work with the permit holder to address the concerns.
Sure.
And do testing to see if the condition was being violated. If we found that the condition wasn't being violated, there would be no further action at that time. That would then be discussed as part of the 5-year renewal.
Okay. And then I saw that there's currently a 9:30 p.m. end time indicated on the event
The operations plan.
website.
Yeah.
So is that consistent with what?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think everything else I have is comments, so I'll hold them for now.
So I just from my mind, and so we're approving, if we approve, 14 guests to stay overnight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And an increase from 150 people, or 120 people to 150, which is 30 people
Correct.
per event. And an increase from 30 events from April to October to
That would not change.
10, though. That, it says 30 events, but then the staff report says an increase to 40, or is that not,
That was not true. That was a mistake.
Okay, so that's not gonna change. So
Correct.
only thing we're talking about right now is increasing 30 people at their event and 14 people for overnight stays.
Right. Yep.
Those two items?
Yep.
Okay. Rex was next. Supervisor Arroyo, he's gonna let you go.
Okay. I realized in that I did want to understand a little bit about, because this had been approved by the Planning Commission and then there was an appeal, but you're already booking in 2026 and probably in 2027. Are you able to accommodate any changes that, I mean, presumably you'll have to, but are you able to kind of address any changes that happen with events in the future? I am asking the applicant, yes, Mr. Davies.
Yeah, you can
yes.
come forward.
Or Mrs. Davies.
Yeah, there's a long lead time in booking weddings. So
Okay.
we did check with staff ahead of time when we put information about our website, so they knew ahead of time we were doing this. Our lead time, we're booking into, we have some availability in 26, but booking into 2027 now, which is just the rhythm of how these bookings go.
Sure.
So I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, if anything changes here today, I think you may have to work with your clients to let them know what those changes are. But it sounds like you've been operating under your existing kind of permit for now, as far as bookings.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
And then while I have you up here.
Yeah, of course.
So these bundled weekend events where, you're advertising that up to 20 people can have brunch and have a rehearsal dinner. I heard earlier a concern about, if that matched the number of people that were staying overnight, which is proposed here to be 14, then that wouldn't be, seen as having the same impact. Is that a change you've considered, or does
that's fine. I mean, the inspiration for this change came from couples that we heard from across the country who said, we lost bookings because they went places where a small group could stay on site for the weekend. And so from Ridgefield's perspective, the revenue is the same if we do 2 full weddings in a weekend versus 1 wedding with guests, a small group spending the weekend with us. So from my perspective, if you're concerned about noise impacts in the neighborhood, this is a total win, because it takes a weekend in which we can currently do a wedding on Friday, on Saturday, and on Sunday. It means we only do a wedding on Saturday.
I understand that idea, but
Right.
would you be willing and able to go from 20 guests to 14 guests
Absolutely.
for that, to address this concern about
problem.
the bundled event thing?
Yep.
Potentially.
I could
Okay.
adjust that language and make that clear with our clients, for sure.
Okay. It sounds like that would at least address one concern I heard here today, but it's for the board's consideration.
Thank you. You go ahead and sit down. Supervisor Bohn?
I understand to a certain extent where the neighbors would be upset about this, but I also understand the area pretty well, and I've known Mr. Stump. I respect him greatly. I mean, his kid was a hell of a ball player, if I remember right, when my kid played against him, and he was a very involved father, so he gets big points for that. But besides that point, I know the amount of logging that goes on there, and it was mentioned the motorcycles and everything else that already goes on up there. But I've done like 5 weddings. I was efficient in probably 5 weddings and 4 weddings this summer. I've done probably about 60 of them. And I seem to always get invited to the rehearsal dinner. I've never seen more than 30 people at a rehearsal dinner. We're talking about 100, 150 people coming to the rehearsal dinner, and then people staying on Sunday. You can't get people on Sunday because that's when they're supposed to help clean up, and they scramble pretty quick and don't show up. I've seen that more often than not and showed up to help. So as we try to amplify everything that's going to happen, could happen, maybe going to happen, I did talk to my planning commissioner about this, and he's actually been to an event up there, and he spoke very, very favorably of it. So that, you know, and I think if we, I just don't see, we're 30 events, we're 30 events. I like the idea of him running it out to people staying there, because that's the biggest thing with the farm stay weddings that we have in Ferndale, is a couple of them have houses. And that's been a big draw, especially for the wedding party. And especially for the wedding party if they, you know, want to, you know, get together the night before and just say, well, most of them, we're becoming grown-ups. We're getting married, families. We're going to become our parents. Oh, God. But I don't see very many complaints. I know we've got one in Ferndale that they drive by a house that's on a private lane. And they've put cones, they've done everything else. And I know one of the things they complained about was traffic not knowing where they're going. Well, that's kind of why we put mailboxes and addresses and everything else. So maybe a sign isn't a bad idea because they know where the hell they're going. Ridgeville, enter here. I mean, I guess you could put a portable sign up there, but I don't, you know, I haven't gone up and seen the sign, or actually I've been up there, but I haven't really noticed the sign. I know it's not lit, so, or neon. But I don't really have an issue for somebody upgrading their business, but I don't see the sound, and trust me, I've done 2 sound ones. One was in Red Crest for a wedding venue there that was fairly successful that has since closed down. But when we were doing our sound study, the only thing that went over the decibel level was the logging truck down on the highway that was about 60 to 80 yards, no, longer than that, probably 100 yards away. And we had the music playing, and it's amazing how much the trees will absorb. Now, I haven't seen enough to compel me not to support our planning commission. It was 4-0. 3 people were missing. I fully understand that, but it was still 4-0. It was unanimous by who showed up, and it counts to who shows up, not who didn't show up. And so I would probably lean that way. And we can put restrictions all over this thing. But are we going to pay county staff to support the restrictions? Are we going to put this on the? Are we going to put this on the venue operator to pay somebody to monitor? And so let's take this chance of, you know, putting another small business a wayside, because, like I've always said, we get our check every 2 weeks, whatever we decide up here. That's not the same decision we get for the people that are trying to do business in our county. So I will be leaning towards supporting our planning commission.
Thank you. Does someone want to take a stab at a motion?
I have a quick question through the chair. Director Ford, so there's kind of 2 descriptions of the change, or 2 assessments. In your mind, I just want to clarify, the appellant believes that the change will increase the impacts, and the applicant is making the case that the change will decrease the impacts. Can you give me your assessment of that evaluation? And if you can't, is there a way that we can measure that moving forward?
Yeah, I will take a shot at that. One of the things I wanted to say, and I haven't been able to say it today, but so I'll say it now, is, you know, when we evaluate things like this, it's a conditional use permit because it has the potential to have adverse impacts. And adverse impacts would be things typically associated with a nuisance definition that make it very difficult to continue to live and enjoy their property. Hearing noise from the vent would not rise to that level. I think what Mr. Davies is arguing is that if he's able to have the single event weekends, the amount of disruption to the neighborhood if there's traffic or an event with amplified sound would be reduced, because there would be one event, and on each side of that event there would be a limited number of people staying there, and that would be it. Whereas under the current circumstance, if the board chose to deny the modification today, Mr. Davies could choose at his discretion to have 1, 2, or 3 events per weekend, Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. And so there would be that constant churn. So from that perspective, there would be an increase in activity, probably noise, during a weekend. In either case, there's still a limited number of events. So if he, as one commentator, one speaker said, it's like if you have 3 events per weekend, you've got 10 weekends. So that squeezes everything much closer together. The thing that doesn't take into account is that you've got both set up and tear down going on for 3 different events, all nearly at the same time. Whereas if it's one event per weekend, you've only got that happening one time. I think there's merit to the argument that it tends to soften the impact of events, because for those weekends where you've got overnight stays going on, you've got less activity going on associated with that. You've got people staying there. You've got an event, but you don't have more than that. I think that's kind of where we landed when we were listening to the Planning Commission. That was very much what the Planning Commission articulated as they were talking about it, is that they felt like it actually did reduce the impacts to the neighborhood by not having all of that churn going on over a weekend.
Would you consider that like a finding?
Could certainly incorporate that into findings, yes.
I think we would have, I think it would be, we need to make findings on that change. I think it's important that we do that. There's also 2 modifications that were proposed here today. One is to, if we're going to consider regulating the overnights as STRs, then we should also tax them as STRs. And then the other one was the limits on the size of the group that can really be there on site. For those 2 nights that I think Supervisor Arroyo had put forth, and you might want to clarify that language for us, if that's okay. And it sounds like that the applicant had agreed to that, which was, again, it's a further reduction in that permit. So I want to be clear on that. So.
I'm sorry, I'd like to ask a question around the STR. So currently, we require someone to apply for an STR ordinance, and this is an event venue. We have several of these throughout the county that do have overnight stays, and I don't know that we've required an STR out of them. And so I want to make sure we're being consistent. And so are we saying then that this venue, who already has a permit but would be getting overnight stays, would also have to apply for an STR permit?
No, we're not saying that.
So how do you imply the taxation for STR without doing that.
The way I would explain it is that it is transient occupancy, and the transient occupancy tax is not on a certain type of overnight stay, other than the fact that it's an occupancy of less than 30 days. And so whether it's an STR, a hotel, or anything else, that house is being used for a transient occupancy purpose and meets the definition of transient occupancy.
So then anybody can go out and have people stay to pay and not get the permit and get charged for STR? Or
Well,
get
So-
charged for that?
Well, let's back up for a minute, because the overall permit here is for an event venue. And a component of this event venue is the ability to have people use the primary structure, which is a house, as an opportunity to stay there as part of the amenity of the event venue. So it's not that anybody can go out and use a house, and then they would be charged for it. They would need an STR permit. And there's a bit of a delicate line that we're walking here. I grant you that. But in this particular case, the applicant specifically did not want an STR, does not want to use the property as an STR, which means that the rest of the year, after mid-October to mid-April, the house isn't going to be used for other purposes other than if he wants to live there. Whereas if an STR permit were issued, it could be continued to be used for transient occupancy throughout the entire year.
I just have fundamentally a problem with it, and we have other venues in this county that do similar things that we have not required them to pay STR fees or TOT tax. I'm not saying, I mean, if the applicant wants to do that and that's part of the mitigation, I guess, but I think it's a very fine line.
Understood.
Respond to that. This venue, if it's available for the time frame that's put forth, and if it is to be used under its sort of maximum conditions of 3 nights for 30 events, that'll be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Am I not correct on that?
I think it'd be Friday night, Saturday night with departure on Sunday.
Okay, all right. So that would be 60 days a year, which is within the time frame of our, it's within the confines of our STR ordinance. I'm not saying that this was an STR. What I'm saying is that we have a conversion of a residential unit into a commercial use that has TOT, has transient occupancy tax impacts, related impacts. One around housing, another around just the if there's fire or all the other things that we have around. That's why we have TOT. It has the same impacts as why we have TOT. This is why I think this is an appropriate place to have that fee, or I guess
I
that
understand.
tax.
In thinking about it out loud, trying to weigh both sides, I would push back and say that the conversion happened with the approval of the conditional use permit for the event venue.
Yeah, but that didn't allow for overnight stays.
I know, but the house ceased being used as a residence at that point.
I get that, but again, it's not overnight stays, which is like people there at night staying the night.
So it's a
I'm making the
policy issue.
pitch,
It's
and
yeah.
we can derive that here as we condition, excuse me, as we modify any sort of motion that's made. I'll start with making that motion.
Can I ask a clarifying question around the subject that you're talking about? Currently, TOT is brought in from STRs, I believe, through VBRO and those websites, and I don't know, and maybe Alicia can help me, do we have a mechanism yet that we're billing folks for, because I've heard different, so that we're currently billing for TOT to STRs?
If you just give me one moment, I can verify.
That would be
what the
great,
tax
because
law-
I don't know if, I'd like to clarify that, because if we're not, then what would be the mechanism for them to pay if this board so chooses? And I'm sorry to complicate it, but I want to get this all done.
Understand. I might add, while CAO's looking this up, is that there is currently a bill that I believe is ready to be signed or signed.
It's been signed.
That that allows local jurisdictions to have basically an STR facilitator. And what that is the VRBO kind of organization that then are then required to be accountable for providing the usage data and the TOT tax.
I understand that, but they're not going to register on VBRO. They have an event venue, not an STR.
I understand that, but what they would be required to do is become essentially a facilitator to pay the TOT. It is different. I understand what you're getting.
Okay.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify. Currently, you can have an STR and not be part of any of those platforms, and you still are required to pay that tax. And you do so independently from those platforms. I mean, otherwise we would be requiring people to be on a platform in order to pay that tax, and that does not seem like we have that ability to do that.
Well, we haven't done that yet.
We have not.
Right.
That's what the bill allows us to
Yes.
do.
Right.
I think CAO has an answer, CAO.
Yes, for the STRs are registered, but they're self-collected or
Yep.
through the Airbnb platform and then submitted. So no, we are not billing.
Thank you. So I think Supervisor Arroyo has a proposed motion. I'm not sure about the STR and how that will work, but if this board so chooses, there needs to be a mechanism. I don't know how we do that. Anyways.
They would keep track of the information themselves and remit the amount is what I think the mechanism would be. It seems like they have the capacity to do that. I did hear, I thought I heard you say, Supervisor Wilson, that you were prepared to make a motion, and this is your district, so I'll let you do that if you want. But can I just ask one question first?
Absolutely.
The sign was brought up. I haven't been to the property, as I didn't choose to do the, ex parte communication and then report out about that. But I can see on the map that it looks like it's set back from the road. Our Public Works Director indicated that there hadn't been any complaints about Public Works related matters. So, I'm not entirely sure about whether it's on private property, but I'll just comment that it seems good to keep guests from driving onto other people's properties or driveways, but is that sign something that is a matter of concern?
The current sign technically doesn't comply with the permit, as it's a permanent sign, and the original permit said that it doesn't allow permanent signage.
Okay. So we could include that in our motion today if we wanted to.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Sorry to cut you off. I just, I'd like to include that, seeing the benefit that it keeps people from straying onto the wrong property, and I wanted to suggest that as part of the motion.
I'm going to interrupt you because Supervisor Madrone would like to weigh in now.
Thank you, Chair. I realize it's not on the agenda to talk about SDRs, but there is the intersection with that, as brought up by Supervisor Wilson. It's my understanding that at some point in the near future, there will be an agenda item being brought back before this board to adopt a process for collecting STR fees or TOT fees directly, because right now, we have no way of accountability for it. We get a lump sum payment from VRBO or from Airbnb, but we have no idea who paid, who didn't pay. And so this board has talked about discussing how we might bring that forward in a way to have accountability around those payments. Just a side note on clarification.
Okay. Happy to start a motion here and get it rolling here. So I want to just say I really appreciate the public comment that's been made here and the process, and I also want to acknowledge that it's not easy for people to appeal these processes, especially because there's a fee associated with it, which isn't insignificant. I mean, ours is, I think we heard $3,300 or something. That's not insignificant, so you have to really mean it. We'll say I'm saying statewide for the Coastal Commission, the fee is 0. So it's just interesting that but at the same time, for the most part, it doesn't pay for the process. It doesn't even come close. So I'm just saying, staff time and everybody's work in these things does not come close to paying for that fee, or that fee doesn't come close to paying for that. And I do understand people's concerns around these changes. Anywhere you have a residential neighborhood, I live in a residential neighborhood. There are changes that occur, and sometimes I am very disturbed by them. Sometimes I make complaints about them. Sometimes I don't. I'm appreciative of the noticing processes that we go through, and sometimes changes are made, and sometimes they aren't. In this case, after reviewing all of these, all this discussion, and I think, again, I would like to make sure that our findings reflect the discussion that we've had here today when those come out. That a move that we deny the appeal with the following modifications. One is that a sign be allowed to identify the location of the business that conforms with our sign ordinance, and that it has a limit of its time frame there for the duration of the permit to be dealt with in a later time. 2, that the limit on guests for the night before and the night of, or in the Monday morning or Sunday morning, be limited to the 14 overnight stays. The third on that is that a TOT is applied to the overnight stay. I would say that only gets applied after we come back with the provisions on how we're going to do reporting on that, and that actually, when you guys bring that back, can account for these types of stays.
Yes.
Thank you. The only other thing I think we're missing here from my perspective is the reporting. And you were supposed to get an annual report, and I'm asking you, is that been happening, and will that continue to happen in terms of the sound monitoring?
Yeah, I would recommend a condition
Okay.
to require that the applicant provide an annual report of all events
Okay.
showing monitoring from the 3 locations
Right.
that sound measurements have been taken from.
Great. Okay, so those are the 4 modifications that I'm recommending with my motion, and that's how my motion stands.
A second.
Nikki, do you need any clarification? Okay.
If there's a second, I have a couple questions of the motion.
Sure.
I did second it already.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
No, I think he meant if there's a minute before the vote.
Yeah. So I understood when you made the motion to modify the findings, that was relative to overnight stays, but also to address, to support allowing the sign as allowed in the sign ordinance with a conditional use permit.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. And then that also included recognizing that the ordinance or the resolution needs to be changed to say that there's 30 nights.
Yes, please. Adjust the resolution.
30 events.
30
Instead of
events,
40,
yes.
instead of
Yes.
40.
Yeah.
like-
And we are recognizing that if it's at that cap of 14, then a
It's not an
potential
event.
weekend could be considered one event.
Right.
Do we need to clarify that in any further way? Okay.
Do you want to, Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, we're going to have them do sound surveys in 3 locations every event. Is that what's being asked? I'm just, I'd love for the applicant to address that if
Yeah,
that's impossible.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can clarify. When we commissioned the sound report from Salter, before we had originally applied, they gave us a detailed process for doing decibel testing. We made the decision, which was not mandated by the county, to do that decibel testing at 3 different locations to ensure compliance from the beginning. I've shared that log with the Planning Commission, which was part of what they reviewed when they voted for it. And I've indicated to county staff that I'm happy to, make that reporting of 3 decibel location testings for every event at the end of each year. Quite happy to do that.
And
We're already collecting the data.
And to follow that up, that can be done by him individually. He doesn't have to bring a sound engineer. He can take his Apple phone up and use his.
No, we
app.
have a type 2
I know,
decibel
yeah,
meter,
yeah,
that's
it's-
approved.
yeah.
So it's a little more complicated than that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
So I want to clarify for you, because I see you standing there, that the Board of Supervisors can ask the appellant or the applicant to come back up to clarify questions.
Can I clarify?
No, you may not unless someone of the.
Can somebody ask me, please?
Sir, so we have a motion and a second. We're going to get a vote and see. And unless someone wants to, no. I'm sorry, that's not how it goes.
I'll ask him.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn would like to ask you. Come forward, sir.
The original report only tested sound, and Scott's readings are only on the western boundary.
So,
The southern properties have never been tested, and they were never included in the original report. We live on the southern boundary, and so do the Sanchez's. And I'm asking that if you're going to require sound testing, that the problem was, in the original site report, the southern property was described as all timberland, but it is not. And so I think that's why they never tested for sound there, and it's not. And so I'm just asking, if you're going to do sound testing and actually do this, that they then have it along the southern edge also, such that those properties are included in any kind of sound testing.
thank you for your comment. I'm sorry, but Mr. Davies says yes, so if we can have the motion maker include that in the motion and the second are approved, then we can take a vote.
Sure, it's just making sure that the sound measurements also include the southern boundary of the property.
So that means he's going to take 1 out and just replace it with the southern boundary. We're not adding, are we adding a 4th sound?
I think 3 is probably satisfactory.
Thank you.
And that is, just to clarify for folks who are concerned about it, that is on the property. They're not going to be leaving the property to test on a different property.
Mm-hmm.
This is the property that they
The venue
own and
property.
operate. Yes, okay.
Okay, Nikki?
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. We'll start with you.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We're going to go to our next item, which is a continuance, I believe. Is it?
Yes, this was a Williams-Snack contract cancellation. We're asking that this be continued because we need to work some technical things out.
Council, do I need to go to public comment on this item?
Just on the continuance, not on the
Okay.
permit itself.
And do I need to open it as a public hearing? No. Okay, so we're going to go to the next item, which is a continuance. I'm going to open public comment on the continuance of the planning item.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There are no callers on Zoom.
Is there any public comment in the room about the continuance? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Supervisor Bohn.
I'd like to thank planning and the 3 planning directors we've had and the BLM. This was something that I have pushed for very hard for because it was at the time 9 years ago, 10 years ago, it was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house that used to not be much, but the Westfalls remodeled it, made it a beautiful little setting, It will be a non-conforming parcel, but the way it sits, it is not valuable to the BLM for future parking trails or anything else, and it will keep housing stocks on the rolls. So thank you to both agencies.
We're going to vote on the continuance.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
And Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Our next item comes to us from our clerk of the board, Tracy D'Amico.
Good afternoon. Before you is appointments to the Headwater Board. As you know, the board, they assign 2 members to a subcommittee who interviews new candidates when we have vacancies on the Headwater Fund Board. They met and interviewed 4 clients with CAO staff and staff from Economic Development that runs Headwater Board. They're making a recommendation today for 2 new appointments, which would be Scott Davies and Taylor Bowes, but it is a board discretion item as it is at large. So that is the recommendation, to appoint those 2 new members, but it is up to your board.
Okay, are there any questions of Tracy D'Amico before we go to public comment? Seeing none, I will go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There are no callers on Zoom.
Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move to move forward with those recommendations from the subcommittee.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could I ask, I know we were going to try to...
5-minute break.
5-minute break? if
Yeah,
we could?
5-minute break.
Thank you.
Before we do that, however, the next item coming up is the direction and future of Measure S cannabis. And so I am going to be recusing from this item, and our vice chair will be running this item, as well as he will go right into closed session, and I will be recusing from closed session, and he will be running that item as well. And we will do 10 minutes at a request.
Get a little food so we're not hangry for this next one. How we doing, Mr. Black? Ready? Ooh, here we go. All right, welcome back. I am vice chairing this due to Chair Bushnell stepping away for a minute, or for this item. Okay, so this is agenda item, which is the direction on the future of Measure S cannabis cultivation tax. And I will give this over to staff to give us an introduction.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice Chair Wilson, Sean, and members of the board. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer, here with Director Ford to present this item. I do have a PowerPoint to provide a little bit of background and give you some details on some of the options that are before your board today. So I don't want to rehash every nook and cranny and twist and turn of the history of Measure S, but I do want to provide a little bit of background to just set some context. Approved by voters in November 2016, Measure S was adopted and implemented tiered tax rates on cultivation, $1 per square foot for outdoor cultivation, $2 for mixed light, and $3 for indoor cultivation. Since that time, the cannabis market has changed dramatically. The cultivation sector has become oversaturated. Licensed growers statewide have capacity to produce more than 8 times what Californians can actually consume, and illegal supply from out of state, namely Oregon, has significantly added to the flooding of supply in the state. This oversupply has driven wholesale prices down significantly. Contrary to expectations, sun-grown cannabis from Humboldt's legacy growers has not commanded premium pricing. The market actually pays far less for outdoor cannabis compared to indoor and mixed light. In response to these challenges, the county has consistently reduced the tax rates and altered timing to pay taxes so that they are due after operators have had a chance to harvest and sell at least some of their products. Tax rates currently stand at just 10% of the original tax rates. These are believed to be the lowest rates in the state. Despite these reductions, revenue to the county has reduced significantly, and we currently have $11.45 million in past due balances. This chart illustrates the decline in revenue collection over time. You can see that we collected $5 million in 2017, and that peaked around $17 to $18 million in 2018 to 2019, but we've seen significant declines since then. Current year, we have collected $570,000. Interestingly, in fiscal year 24-25 alone, Project Trellis provided more than $260,000 in grant funding to pay for Measure S taxes. Beyond the revenue challenges, there are significant administrative issues. The current structure of Measure S has proven cumbersome to implement. It requires significant staff time from several departments each year. Once farmers receive their tax bills, many dispute the amounts, requiring additional staff time to verify actual cultivation areas. The administrative burden diverts staff away from other priorities and places additional burdens on farmers who are already struggling in a difficult market. This slide provides an overview of Measure S tax collection divided into the current tax year and past due balances. For the current year, 2024 cultivation that's billed this year, we've billed $1.63 million to 947 accounts. To date, we've collected just over $570,000, which represents a 35% collection rate. This means 65% of current year billings, approximately $1.05 million, remains outstanding. Of the 947 billed accounts, 309 have paid both installments in full, while 470 have paid neither installment. An additional 168 accounts have made partial payments, paying the first installment but not the second. Regarding past due accounts, we have accumulated $11.45 million in past due balances across just under 2,700 accounts. Positive news is that 1,622 accounts have fully resolved their past due amounts. However, 1,047 accounts still owe money with an average balance of approximately $11,000. About half of these accounts owe $5,000 or less. This data shows persistent collection challenges with a significant portion of both historical and current balances remaining unpaid. Given these challenges, staff are presenting 2 options for the board's consideration regarding the long-term future of Measure S. Option 1 is straightforward: repeal Measure S entirely. This would eliminate the administrative burden on county staff, remove the tax obligation from cultivators, and free up staff time. However, it would also mean no additional revenue beyond the amounts currently owed. Option 2 is to study and potentially replace Measure S. This would involve contracting with HDL companies to conduct a fiscal analysis, return to the board with findings, and seek directions on next steps. I'll go into just a little bit more detail on each of these options. Under option number 1, the board would direct staff to return with the documentation necessary to repeal Measure S. And these benefits are pretty clear. We would eliminate the administrative burden on county staff, remove the obligation from cultivators, and free up staff time for other board priorities. You should know that voters gave the board authority to repeal or reduce Measure S when they approved the measure back in 2016. However, there are important considerations. Repealing the tax means that there would be no future cannabis tax revenue beyond the amounts currently owed. Again, $11.45 million in past due balances and a little over $1 million in current year taxes. We would continue collection efforts on these amounts. This option also comes at a time when the county continues to face budgetary challenges. Option number 2 involves engaging with HDL companies to conduct a study and return to the board with potential measures and their impacts to present to voters in 2016. The scope would include an analysis comparing our tax structure and rates with those of other jurisdictions throughout California. This would include a methodology for comparing square footage-based taxes, like what we have now, with gross receipt taxes. The analysis would also provide information on tax rates and structures for other cannabis business types, including retail, manufacturing, and distribution, activities that we don't currently tax beyond regular retail and transaction taxes. We would then return to the board with HDL's findings and seek board direction on whether your board would like to pursue a modification to Measure S, ask for a new measure, or repeal the measure entirely at that point. If your board chose this option, we would ask for direction on whether you want HDL to develop an eventual ordinance in coordination with county council, or if you just want county council to develop that ordinance themselves. Either way, if your board eventually wishes to pursue a new measure, the consultants recommend drafting a new ordinance from scratch rather than trying to modify the existing Measure S line by line. It's just cleaner and faster that way. The total cost for these services would not exceed $52,800, with the goal to place a new measure on the November 26th ballot. The other consideration for your board, if we get to that point, is what do we do about next year's cultivations, taxes that would be due in 2027. As you know, current year tax rates are being based on cultivation that occurred in 2024 at a rate of 10% of the original Measure S rate. In November 24, your board suspended cannabis cultivation taxes for tax bills that are due in 2026. Now we need to know, we need to get some clarity on what to do for next year's taxes. Cultivators are harvesting their crops this fall and preparing for next year's cultivation season. So to plan their business operations, it's good to get some clarity now. Short menu of options on what to do with next year's cultivation taxes. Some options you can consider is extending the suspension that you have currently in place through next year's cultivation cycle. You could reinstate it at some percentage, or you could wait until the completion of the analysis when we come back to your board, likely in January, with a study on HDL if you wish to pursue that route. And so this is just in summary the options that are before you. The option on the left is the long-term future of Measure S. Would you like to simply repeal Measure S, or would you like to study and potentially modify or replace Measure S? And again, on the 2026 cultivation taxes, 3 options there: either extending the suspension, setting the rate at some percentage, or waiting until we come back with the analysis. And with that, that is the end of my presentation, and would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for that. Does anyone have questions of staff? Supervisor Bohn.
On that one slide, back in 2016, when you mentioned that the lowest when we were 1, 2, and 3, that was also the lowest in the state at that time too. There was Atwater or Tuscadero, one of those cities had a smaller rate, but besides that, we were the smallest rate in the city because we were originally asking. It was originally asked for 12, 10, and 8 or something like that. Monterey with their flower gardens down there were getting $25 a square foot. And they made $19 million the first week after the passing of Prop 16. So, and then it went downhill after that for them also. So,
great. Supervisor Madrone.
Oh, thanks for this. If we passed a repeal option 1, then the next slide wouldn't matter. We wouldn't need to set a tax rate. We wouldn't need to do all those other things. Another point is I often hear how there used to be 15,000 farms, and now we only have 1,500 or whatever. But what that doesn't take into account is personal growing for personal use. You know, back when there was 15,000 farms, a 12-plant garden that sold for $4,000 a pound was a pretty good garden. You know, and some gardens were 20 plants or whatever, but there wasn't these acre-wide farms. And so if you take into account all the growing for personal use, there's probably thousands of those throughout the county. So we still have much more than 1,500 grows. We probably have 10,000 grows if you add up all the personal use grows, but it no longer sells for $4,000 a pound, which is why the grows got so much bigger. So it's just just a point of clarification that I think is important to recognize. Those small grows of, 6 to 12 plants, 6 plants per residence under state law, and then we have a square footage thing under an acre, over an acre, up to 5 acres. We allow for different canopy sizes as a county rule. But they rarely have any environmental impact. They're almost always, just these little small gardens that are tucked in, in their backyard or whatever, because it's legal. So I just wanted to make that point about our growing environment, so to speak, here in Humboldt County.
All right. Was there a question in there? No. Okay. All right. Supervisor Arroyo, do you have a question?
I'll just wait till after public comment.
I have a question, and if you could bring up the last slide, that'd be great. And this is more of a process question. So on the left-hand side, you have the future of Measure S. So option 1 is repeal. Option 2 is study and modify. The option 3 is to continue with it in modified in whatever way we want to do that, right? So there actually is the status quo or the modification of the status quo. Okay. And then on the right-hand side, in terms of the extend the suspension, under option 2, you could set a rate at some percent, which is what we've done very ubiquitously across all 3 of the categories. We could change percentages within each category, as I understand. We could set size limits in terms of there's no tax unless it's above a certain size. And we can even do caps within those. So you could say, okay, it's at 10%, but nobody in that category pays more than, say, $5,000 or whatever it is. So there are actually modifications that can be made other than just set the rate at some percent.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we do have a much broader discretion in the construct around how we might do that. From the perspective of both the revenue generating part, but then on the other side of that, which is one thing we're going to talk about a little bit, which is the administration of it and the cost of administering this tax. So, okay, so with that, I think we'll go to public comment unless there's anything that is from staff. John, do you have anything to respond to on any of that?
Not at this point.
Awesome. We're going to take public comment. Please get in line, come on up. And actually I'll do Zoom first, and then we'll go in-house. But again, what I prefer is that when that time comes that we're kind of lined up to do that, so that we're not waiting for people to get up and move around, but just wait until we're done through Zoom here. How are we on Zoom?
We have a few callers.
All right. Let's bring in our callers on Zoom, please.
All right, thank you. Caller 6057 *6 to unmute, and you'll be allowed 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the board and members of county staff. Thank you for being here today. My name is Marissa Corey of ETA Management Group, and I am a compliance consultant serving 20 farms. I would like to start by thanking the board and county staff for bringing this item back to the floor to discuss. Over the past 8 years since legalization, the industry has gone through much strife and financial turbulence. Thankfully, Humboldt County staff and our board have recognized the need for Measure X to come back before this board to lower or suspend this tax to aid the industry over the past several years. We now have the opportunity to come back before you to request that Measure X be permanently repealed. Most cannabis businesses no longer be operational if not for the prior suspensions and reductions this board has allowed. We stand before you today to ask that you consider repealing Measure S permanently. You simply cannot get blood from a stone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next caller is 7718 *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatsky. I think if I had a tombstone, it'd be a really big one because it would have to include he who opposed Measure S tax to start with. I'm pleased to hear today because I was under the misconception that the voters were the only people who had the right to repeal this tax, and it would have to go back before the voters. strongly support you exercising that option if you do have it. I did want to make note, I don't support either of the other things, either B or C, or whatever. We're looking at number 3, all these other things going on. But please repeal the thing, stick a fork in it, get it done. The cost to administer this is a burden at this time. Repeal it as soon as you can. I don't know what notifications are required for that, but the sooner you get that, the sooner the people out there, the growers, know what they're dealing with in their business models. I did wish to point out that there's a inconsistency between your agenda and your staff report. Your agenda says basically that there's a cost. If you did go with the wrong option, the $52,800, that is in conflict with your staff report, which uses the term 48,000 to 52,800 is consistent with the estimate by the person. But please don't even consider either of those numbers that small amount, no matter what. It's just time to take this burdensome thing and let these people get on with their lives without having to worry about excess tax.
Thank you. Caller 2613, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Bohn, Executive Director for the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. And I'm going to thank you as well for bringing this back in front of the Board of Supervisors. We support option 1, immediate repeal of Measure S by ordinance. The square foot tax we feel is outdated and costly to administer, and we respectfully request that you please repeal it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, 3729, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Shannon Hughes. My husband and I own and operate a small farm in Willow Creek. Thank you all so much for gathering yet again today to talk about Measure S. Of all of the options, I think option 1 is the clear choice. Number 1, staff will not have to bear the burden of administering this tax anymore. There is no excess money in any part of the chain in this industry anymore. So I just really urge the Board of Supervisors today and empower you to be leaders and be one of the first to remove this special tax that no other industry pays. We would not be in business. We're past years of relief, and I think we would all love to not have to come and talk about this every year. So I think really option 1 is the best option today. I also think that option 2 is really a non-starter. Not only is it costly, but I do believe that staff and the Board of Supervisors are highly intelligent and understand this industry and there's a third party. So thank you so much, and please repeal Measure S.
Thank you. Caller 3053, star 6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you. I urge you, thank you. First off, thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for acknowledging that this is a broken tax. It's very frustrating. I ask you to repeal it. Please don't spend $50,000 or $40,000 to get some company. Every one of you on the board is intelligent enough, as the last speaker said, and staff to see what's going on, your economic development department, all that, see the downturn of the trickle-down effect from cannabis income not being here in our county. Supervisor Wilson, I know you're great with numbers. I still have a piece of paper signed by a judge and ordered by probation, although they don't recommend it as being detrimental to society, for $313,000. I'll trade that for $50,000 of current and future tax debt forgiveness, or not forgiveness, but trade that over to the county. I'll sign it over tomorrow. Then I don't have to worry about what I owe for Measure S now or in the future, or any other future tax. It's a frustrating thing. People don't pay, you know, 6 figures well over of distribution companies that's gone out of business that owe, and there'll be nothing to come from it. That's why it's not even worth pursuing the legal argument. And even when you do pursue the legal argument, the probation department in this county and the DA in this county don't uphold things and hold people accountable. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Please don't waste taxpayer dollars on a third party, and please repeal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next caller, 6646. Star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi. I am just calling. I'm going to be really brief. I'm encouraging folks to go with option 1. Hopefully that by doing that, we can kind of keep some semblance of economic benefit from this industry. And currently we kind of have to do, I think, some triage to potentially, you know, and this is triage by essentially reducing or taking away completely this burden. And, you know, just as a member of this industry that understands the importance of taxes, I don't think folks would be opposed to circling back once sort of the dust settles from what's been happening in the state of California with cannabis industry. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, 8918, star 6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joe Foreman. My husband and I own and operate a small farm in Willow Creek, and we wanted to echo everybody's thanks and gratitude for bringing this issue forward again, and we would like to say that we support option 1 in repealing this Measure S tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, 2138, star 6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. (2138) star 6. Okay, we'll go to the next caller, 1703, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, esteemed board, thank you for the opportunity to address this item. I'm Suzanne from Arroyo Advisors. Since 2016, we have been one of the many who work in the capacity of providing the cannabis community with compliance services. As an industry in participants' viewpoint, I would state that our local cannabis industry has been desecrated by the regulations, agency overreach, and unfair financial regulatory burdens. So much so that I could write a compelling book of agency injustices our farmers have been subjected to in this era of implementing California cannabis state regulations. The summary of 2024 assessed Measure S fees on page 3 of the staff report speaks to the current state of our farm community. Of the $1.6 million billed, only 1/5 has been paid, leaving an outstanding $1 million due for 2024 Measure S. This is also reflective of our operations as well. If I were to estimate, only about 35% of our clientele are able to pay their bills on time. The remaining 65 are currently reevaluating whether or not they will even be able to finance next year's crop. It is a dire financial reality for the majority of cannabis farmers in Humboldt. As many farmers have stopped operations or have left the areas these last couple of years, we have had an uptick of new buyers coming into Humboldt, purchasing 1.0 permitted farms. In order for this to be attractive for prospective buyers, it must make financial sense. Keeping Measure S does not make financial sense for the future of Humboldt cannabis farmers. The County of Humboldt has been on the receiving end of the flow of cannabis dollars, with $56 million to date collected, and now there are no more flowing cannabis dollars. It's time to stop the unfair taxation. I implore the board to choose option A, repeal Measure S. Lastly, I have 2 asks. The first one is that the further direction to staff be to suspend Measure S for 2026 cultivation and focus on collecting the 11 million delinquent taxes and the 1 million currently owed for 2024. And in the spirit of overreach, my second ask is that the board recommends our county agencies, primarily planning, building, and environmental health, to continue to collaborate with farmers to get their conditions of approval completed and signed off so we can work on eliminating mandatory annual inspections by county employees. I can confidently say for all cannabis activities and compliance, the DCC is doing an overzealous job of maintaining regulations. Once the land use permit conditions are met, the pathway should be considered to eliminate county planning department annual inspections. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you. Next caller, 2138, star 6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes. (2138) star 6 to unmute. I'm not sure their phone's working.
Is there anyone else besides
Nobody else.
that?
Oh, they just unmuted.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry about that. I have a lousy reception up here. But yeah, my name's Tom O'Connor. I have a small farm in Willow Creek. And I just want to reiterate what everyone else is saying, that we need to repeal Measure S. Option 1 seems like the only option where all they're struggling. And another unnecessary tax on top of all the taxes is just going to put more and more farmers out of business. Humboldt County is already struggling with so many different revenues streams that have been lost because of the crash of the cannabis market. And like I said, we need to repeal Measure S. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wilson, we do have one more, we have 2 more callers.
All right.
Thank you. Caller 9764, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leah Nelson. I'm a planner with North Point Consulting. I want to thank your board and planning staff for bringing this item up for discussion again. I know we go through this over the years, but I've been working with North Point Consulting with cannabis cultivators for the last 8 years. And we used to have, upwards of 100 clients, and now we just have a couple handful, most of whom are really, really struggling financially. Many of them have spent their life savings getting into compliance and paying all of these different taxes and fees at every level of this process. I mean, state license fees alone are still tens of thousands of dollars, even for a small farm. And all of that only to end up struggling to make ends meet today. I just spoke with a farmer yesterday who's selling their permitted farm that's completely permitted, gone through the entire process, and they actually can't seem to sell it with the cultivation entitlement. So they're choosing to withdraw the cannabis permit rather than sell their farm with the entitlement, because sadly it just doesn't have that much value anymore. There just isn't excess money in this industry to support Measure S, and all that said, I support our legal cannabis farmers, and I therefore support option 1, a full repeal of Measure S. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, 9072, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, how's my audio?
It is good, thank you.
My name is Riley Morrison. I'm a cultivator of Willow Creek. My wife and I run Emerald Clean Farms. I want to take this opportunity to thank staff and supervisors for hashing this conversation back out. My business has received support in the last couple years with the reduction of Measure S. I want to thank you for that. I also want to reiterate what the majority of callers have said, that item number 1 is the obvious choice, and to please not waste county time or money in developing further options that will go to the ballot and that will become divisive. I also just want to make note that this is part and parcel to normalization of cannabis, and I really hope that the county continues to support these local businesses and help this industry normalize for the next 10, 15 years. And thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Caller 6228, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. This is Natalie DeLapp. How's my audio?
It is good, Natalie. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I am calling in not as HCGA, but as one of the co-founders of HCGA some 9 years ago. And I just want to put a little history lesson in. And about 10 years ago, almost to the day, so this is 2015, Supervisors, Fennell, Lovelace, Sunberg, Virginia Bass, and Rex were all part of this discussion 10 years ago. Governor Jerry Brown had just passed the Medical Marijuana Regulation Safety Act, and we were on our way to developing the first land use ordinance. HCGA did not exist yet, and yet I was part of the conversation. I was in the rooms with our supervisors 10 years ago and our community of cultivators, and we were all really excited about this new pathway for legalization and acceptance into our community. And a lot of people that were part of that conversation were in support of cannabis contributing. And that was one of the incentives for our county to develop this land use ordinance. And, you know, as I said, we were all really hopeful. We thought that this was going to be the pathway. But then Prop 64 took shape. It was then passed by voters a year later, and that's actually when HCGA was born. Again, we thought we were hopeful. We thought that there was going to be an acre cap. We thought that we had a pathway for our legacy growers to become viable, sustainable businesses. And everybody gave it their best. And we had so many people that came in to try to do this. Over $55 million in tax revenue came into our county from our cultivators. Over 80% of the collection rates were good. But then the market crashed 5 years ago in October 2021. At that point in time, we were also talking about a collective marketing strategy for Humboldt's craft cannabis community. That fell apart. We have been for 5 years now talking about Measure S, and there was this thought, maybe the market would bounce back and that cultivators would be able to continue to put money into our general fund. But that has not happened. And here we sit a decade later, and I look back on my own life and say, what has happened in this last decade? And so many of the farmers that are in there in that room have given their all for this last decade to be part of this community, to normalize, to be trusted community partners. And they have done everything. And as Ms. Nelson just said, more and more and more people are dropping out. We are losing the very culture that makes this place unique, that makes craft cannabis unique for Humboldt. And we need to normalize. I ask you today to please, let's just
Thank you,
close
Natalie.
this
That
chapter.
was your 3 minutes. I'm sorry. The next caller, 3123, star 6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Colin Adams, Bigfoot Cannabis Company in Willow Creek. Thank you for your time today. I paid my Measure S tax from the very beginning. By the way, I voted against it when it was on the ballot. I thought it was punitive and unfair. But today in this market, it's hard enough just to pay the tax at 10% of the previous rate. And if the county continues to impose this tax, it's only going to create more delinquent farms. So obviously I urge you to please repeal Measure S. Don't spend more time and money on this dead tax. The money is not there. County will never collect the old unpaid taxes because those folks don't have the money. Please don't spend our precious county funds and county staff time on this. I thank you for your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. And caller 1467, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Dylan Matole from Honeydew, Matole Valley Sungrown. Thank you, everybody, for being here, having this conversation. Thank you, supervisors. I'd like to note that the number for the call-in ID that's on your screen on the live stream, the meeting ID is incorrect, so I just scrambled to track it down. But I am calling to urge you to please, let's put this thing to bed. Let's repeal this by ordinance. Let's not spend the money, as the previous caller said, another $50,000 to look into options to replace a tax that clearly is not sustainable, that is not what it was intended to be. Personally, I don't hold blame with the county. I don't hold blame with the voters. I think that 10 years ago was a very different time, and when this tax was proposed, we were in an entirely different world when it comes to the economics of cannabis, and things have changed dramatically. They're not going to change back in time, and what we need is to just repeal this and move on and start focusing on ways that businesses can survive and succeed and stop the attrition that's been so incredibly harmful to this entire community and economy. So you have an opportunity now to end this and do what's right, in my opinion, and work towards normalizing all of us farmers who have given everything and are still in business and have paid our taxes and everything, and just want to move forward and put this behind us. I'll leave it at that. I would just really encourage you, please do not spend $50,000 looking for another way to reinvent this. That makes no sense. There's lots of things we can look at in the future if things do improve, but that's not on the horizon. Time to move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have another caller, caller 6782, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yo, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, yes. My name is Nick Glass. I'm out in Bridgeville, kind of southern Humboldt. I want to thank everyone for taking this issue up again. And, you know, we just need to repeal this tax. It is very unfair. Obviously, cannabis is nothing special, so it doesn't need a special tax anymore. Sadly, you know, this could be the last year. It could be my last harvest. Me and my wife run our farm. We have no employees. We used to have them. There was no money for them. But after all this rain and everything, we pulled in our harvest, usually that's the year to celebrate. We looked at each other and we said, oh, we might need to get jobs in town. You know, so we spent the weekend building resumes, and hopefully Humboldt's economy is good enough to support us as we have to move to town if our farm closes, which is sad, right? I've been doing it for 20 years, and I cannot afford to make a living doing this anymore. So again, you know, you want to keep farmers working, you want to keep people off the roads, you want to keep that homesteading lifestyle that Humboldt is so famous for and that we love so much. It's going to tear us apart to leave our property. And now that our property value went from $700,000 to $200,000, who knows if we can even afford a town and house, you know, house in town if we have to sell our farm. But, you know, it's not going well out here. So can you do what you can, please? Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more callers on Zoom.
Okay, because we had an ID wrong on the screen, we're going to open it back up after the folks here in the room.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So if you're out there and you couldn't get in for some reason, we're going to give you a second chance. All right, after we have folks in the room give their testimony today. So is there anyone in the room that would like to speak to this item? And again, please, if you could, at least form some sort of a line, or a couple of you, just so we can kind of keep it rolling. All right. Is there anybody? I'm gonna call this off if no one comes up to the dais here in the next.
Should I just walk up?
Yep, that's what we do. Yeah, just walk on up. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get you to do. I thought I was being direct, but all right.
Hello, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this agenda item today. My name is Sequoia Hudson. I have resided in Humboldt County for over 35 years, mostly in McKinleyville. I have a small farm in eastern Humboldt County that is no longer operational. I was also the CEO and CFO of a manufacturing, retail and wholesale distribution company in Arcata that we recently shut down last year as well. At its height, we employed over 100 people, but it is now non-operational, and I'm going through the process of shutting it down. And I want to talk today about Measure S and its impacts. I want to thank county staff for bringing this agenda item forward and recognizing that Measure S tax is not working. It's not working for any of us. No one is benefiting from it. Anything that we can do at this time to help support our local businesses will turn around in due time when our community has healthy, thriving businesses that can turn around and support our community in all the ways that we know that it does and has in the past. When considering the option given by staff to hire a third party to develop a tax alternative, for the same reasons why this special tax cannabis is not good for cultivators or for cannabis consumers or for county administrators, any special cannabis tax would be no good inserted into any other part of the supply chain either. This would be a waste of time and money to pursue an idea that we already know does not work. Administratively, assessing, tracking, auditing will be a nightmare. Many of the sales don't even, at the wholesale distribution level, don't even happen within the county, so good luck tracking that when it's happening elsewhere because they're having to take product elsewhere to show it. As far as a manufacturing tax, I can tell you a lot of businesses are really pleased that they're located in jurisdictions where there aren't taxes that are being imposed because they can operate their businesses more effectively and efficiently and financially viably because the tax isn't something they have to integrate into their plan and then also pass on to consumers and everybody else. While Measure S seemed, I'm glad Natalie laid out the history more because I didn't get into detail, but while Measure S seemed like a good idea at the time, even the cannabis community supported it. We wanted to do our part and contribute to the community resources. Now our businesses are struggling to survive at every level. We are no longer able to give the support intended and there's nothing left to squeeze out. This experiment is over. It's unfortunate that we've had to go through what we have to get to where we're at, but here we are. I believe we have all come to the conclusion that Measure S has got to go. Let's normalize cannabis business in our community. Let's continue to be a leader to show everyone else that cannabis business should be treated like any other business. There should be no special cannabis tax inserted anywhere into the supply chain. The people of Humboldt County voted on an initiative that gave you the ability to repeal this tax in the event that it was determined to not be in the best interest of our community. Please exercise your right and ability to do that at this time. Please repeal Measure S tax. I look forward to seeing our community thrive once again. Thank you.
Thanks, Sequoia. And you don't have to stand in order. I mean, if you want to sit down, those of you there, you don't have to make a line. What I'm trying to get at is let's just keep the flow going. Thanks.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. Ross Gordon. I'm here on behalf of Humboldt County Growers Alliance to request that you repeal Measure S at today's hearing, if possible. I know everyone in this room has spent far longer than you would like to talking about cannabis issues. I think that's true of the farmers. I think it's probably true of you as supervisors. I think it's probably true of staff. I wouldn't be surprised if the people just in this room have spent over 1,000 hours just discussing Measure S, not to mention all the other cannabis issues that we spent time discussing. And a decade into this, I think it's time to recognize that it's time to normalize cannabis in Humboldt County, that we do have successful cannabis businesses here, that we can have successful cannabis businesses here, but they're going to be just like any other business. The green rush is over. There's no extra profit hiding somewhere. If there's any tax, it's going to be a huge project to even try to recover a percentage of that revenue that the county is attempting to tax. And so I think there's really an opportunity here to send a clear message and to recognize that this has been vetted into the ground by all of us in this room, what is viable in terms of a tax. I don't think there's a need to study it anymore. And after suspending this tax 3 of the past 4 years, I think you've done your due diligence to move forward with a full repeal today. I want to be clear that things are continuing to get worse on average. Last year, we surveyed our members and found that average prices for outdoor were about $350 a pound. In the past 6 months, talking to farmers, nobody has given me an average price above $250 a pound. That's not to say some people aren't getting a better price, some people are getting a worse price, but on average, wholesale prices are continuing to go down. We pretty consistently look at the numbers of independent farms in Humboldt. We've lost another 100 over the past year. We've lost about half of the farms here in Humboldt since 2021. I'm sure that we're going to continue to lose more, and the money simply is not there. In terms of alternative tax options, I think what I sort of saw in the staff presentation is looking at both a different type of cultivation tax or a tax on another segment of the supply chain. This essentially seems to be thinking of the solution as more taxation, and I think we're just not there. Also, as I think Sequoia pointed out, any tax by the county, my understanding, would just apply to the unincorporated areas. So if you're looking at a manufacturing, distribution, retail tax, that's only going to be a very small minority of those businesses. And finally, I just want to say, and maybe this can be a question for staff to clarify, I think there was reference in staff's presentation to the idea that there would be missing revenue from the budget without this tax. And my understanding is that whatever tax we're talking about, whether it's a restructured cultivation tax or a tax on a different part of the supply chain, we probably, even optimistically, aren't talking more than a couple $100,000 annually. Not a major amount in the context of the budget. And my understanding per the staff report is that the county's currently not budgeting for Measure S revenues because that revenue is so uncertain. So I don't think this is a big revenue hit for the county, and I think it's time to move forward and repeal Measure S. Thank you.
Hello, we're Tom and Karen Hessler with Amaranth Farms in the Mattole area of Edwardsburg. We've been there for 54 years, and we've been involved in the cannabis program since 2016. And every year has gotten worse, and we're here to ask you to repeal the Measure S. As it was noted, people are struggling to even pay the back taxes with that, and as it is, with the industry collapsing, we feel that we would hope that the supervisors would want to do whatever they could to help our industry stay alive, because it is an important facet of Humboldt County as the fishing and everything else is disappearing. So we're here to strongly urge you to please repeal this tax. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I should say I'm Craig Johnson, Alpenglow Farms, if you guys didn't know that already. When I saw this staff report come out, I was super excited. I felt like we're going to get some support. And we're going to ask that you guys push for number one. And if you guys have any questions, please reach out to the audience. I know you have the ability to have us come back up and answer questions, but we're here. Thank you.
Hey, Ken Hammock here. I think, yeah, option one is the only option, in my opinion. I've maybe met with Natalie in the lab 10 years ago when we were having these conversations. And we were under the assumption with Sacramento at the helm when 2016 was moving us into this new adult use market that we were going to have an opportunity to have a 1 acre cap for 5 years. We didn't. That's a tale of two stories. We wouldn't be here having this conversation if we had that runway. We didn't. So I'm asking personally the supervisors to consider this, because I've met these farmers. We actually did kind of a semi-documentary going to these farms before the vote in 2016 in California. We're working on a new model here, a new ag model, and I've talked with these people that are working on it. I want to encourage them to continue this ag, regenerative ag, we call it. We're working on things. I'm one of the owners of the Gondry dispensary that holds a lot of this flower in our shop, and we promote the farmers and the farms and their families. We are they're a big part of our community. We even have hempwood as a shelving at our new shop in Arcata that we just opened up. Why? Because this plant has got 50,000 market uses. we just touching the tip of the iceberg. So I'm asking the County Board of Supervisors to consider our future economy as we start to dial in the small farm, regenerative farm application of this plant that we are benefited from, to take it in another direction. So repealing the option one, repealing this right now will help us on that journey. Thank you for your time today.
Hello, Supervisors. Hannah White here, farmer out in Willow Creek. You've heard a couple of our voices. Also, board chair at Humboldt County Growers Alliance. We are currently a farmer-owned, farmer-grown, farmer-operated volunteer advocacy organization. And I'm here speaking on behalf of all of our members to ask you to please repeal Measure S today in these chambers. The voters nearly 10 years ago voted for the option and voted for in the trust of the representatives to be able to make the decision by giving in this sentence the opportunity for this tax to be repealed. This has been an incredible experiment. The county has taxed cultivators. Cultivators wanted to be able to contribute and, you know, say, yes, we'll tax us. It hasn't worked out. We thought we would be the Napa of cannabis, right? And that potential is not over, but it cannot happen with any more burdens. We need the support of our county in normalization. We need the support of you here today to support the farmers who can't be here because everyone is still finishing their harvest, ensuring they're curing, protecting their drying. This is an absolutely horrible time for people to show up at harvest season, right? Everyone's exhausted. I'm tired. I near cried when Sequoia was talking. I don't want to cry in front of you guys, right? But like, this is very challenging, and I really don't want to run a campaign against whatever else other option there is, but we will. I want to spend more time with my family next year. I want to spend more time with my cultivators and figuring out how I can better market with my board the value of Humboldt County craft cannabis. I want to spend our time as a collective advocacy organization working in partnership with our county staff. We've had so much hand-holding. Thank you so much for all the years and all the support, the tax relief, the tax reduction. There is no more space for tax in our businesses. Even at scale, our larger operators are still producing. It's too hard to meet the cost of goods. The competition across the state. The issue is not the competition in our county. The Water Board is doing its monitoring. The DCC is doing its monitoring. There's incredible regulation happening on those still existing. The strings are getting tighter, and we need your support here to continue to help us be what we can be as valuable contributors to our economy here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, is that it for folks in the room? All right, seeing none, we're going to go back to Zoom. Is there anyone with hands up in Zoom?
No, there's no callers.
Sounds like we've gotten through everybody. I'm going to take it back to staff to see if there's anything they wanted to clarify or anything that they heard here that.
You know, the only piece I wanted to clarify was the staff report. In the agenda, there is a mention about the $52,800 for the potential contract. There is also a version in the attachment to this specific item that had an earlier figure of $48,000. I just want to be clear that if your board decided to pursue the study, that we would be seeking a contract worth a maximum of $52,800.
Great. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Is there anyone look to the right of me, and then I'm going to look to the left of me? Anybody want to jump in? Looks like Supervisor Bohn's going to be the first to take a shot at this.
I make a motion that we accept staff's measure one, repeal the tax.
I'll second that motion.
That's good, but we still have other parts of this agenda that we need to get to. do we want to take this in sections, or what do you want to, how do you guys want to do that? Because we still have to talk about, can you bring back up our options here? I just want to make sure that we're getting it all laid out, because we have to talk about the 2026 cultivation taxes as well.
Well, Mr. Chair, through the Vice Chair, if we approve this motion, there would be no 26, 27, 28, 29.
All right,
30.
okay.
It eliminates all of that. It's a one fell swoop improvement from my perspective.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Just saying.
And then I'll turn to the seconder if he wants to throw in. We need to address what's owed.
Okay.
Because we need to either address what's owed or what has been paid. You know, the last thing I want to go is, damn, that was bad timing. Because we've talked about, so I mean, we've got to address what's being owed, and I don't know how we do that or I have no idea, but this has been an experiment gone to hell, and it hasn't worked. And I look at our staff here doing the Measure S refunds. It takes a mass quantity of time. I look how much time we're spending. I'm looking how much time we're spending on this now, and it wasn't a great idea. It was a great idea, and I applaud the growers back then because they wanted to do everything they could to help the county, and they felt like they wanted to be part of it, and they wanted to be everything else, but nobody knew legalization was going to take such a harsh turn, and then we were in a situation not to help them as much as we should. So I want to address what's owed, but I still very strongly on repealing the tax.
Okay, so was that a modification that was being proposed?
That's an ask for one of you guys to modify it. I'm not sure how we do it.
Okay, I'm going to take it to Supervisor Arroyo and see what she has to say about this.
I don't have any proposed modifications to the motion. I don't see a way that we cannot, given that we have a significant number of permittees who are paid in full or on the path to that, I don't see a way that we don't collect what is current existing tax. I don't know how we could do that fairly. I will say, I appreciate the, this was passed at a very different time in cannabis's trajectory in Humboldt County. I appreciate that the will of the voters was to do this at the time. I am in support of the motion, recognizing the changed landscape. But the history of cannabis is not like every other business. I don't think we need to go into detail about how it has been historically different than many other forms of business. That said, there's a lot of reasons why it's in its a category all its own, and recognizing that it's a legal crop, and there are options for options for us to support at this moment in time through the repeal of this. I think that's great, but I can't envision something that I will support that modifies what's owed.
So there was some discussion about that, and if I could take it to Director Ford just for a minute, and to Mr. Quincy. So I just want, currently, this has been brought to us, or it's been said to us, Measure S, as it's being done currently, it's the lowest production tax in the state of California right now. Is that how I understand it?
It's not a production tax per se.
Oh, right.
It is
cultivation
the
tax,
lowest value tax.
Okay.
In the state on cultivation.
So what?
Excise tax.
Excise tax. And so what? I just want to, just for reference, like, what are we seeing in other counties? What's this? Because without doing a study, what are you seeing in other counties in terms of excise tax and even in the arc or the direction that they're going right now?
The overall scope might be better answered by our consultant who's here from HDL, but We've gotten data in the past from CCA that has done a survey of what everybody is doing throughout the state, and it runs the gamut in terms of cultivation taxes or taxes at different points in the supply chain. There's even taxes based on the total amount that your gross income. If you have income over, you don't pay taxes until you have income over $1 million in business, for example, at different points in the supply chain. So it really runs the gamut.
Okay. And then we're still doing plenty of permitting work, right? I mean, we're still doing annual reviews and that's still happening.
That is correct. I will affirm a lot of what you heard from the public, though, or the people who testified today. There are cultivators who are giving up.
Oh, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
I have friends who are just like, we're done. They're giving up their permits because they just can't make it work. You know, I can ask them about the tax, and they say, well, that's one thing, but it's in aggregate. It's not just the Measure S tax. It's
a lot
the
of
market.
factors, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that part, but I'm just getting at there. That's still, if we repeal Measure S, there's still the burden that exists in terms of the regulatory processes and the fees associated with those regulatory processes. That's not going away.
I'm going to give a caveat to that.
Okay.
We are trying to lower those costs for the extended regulatory monitoring.
Okay.
We're getting closer to 50% of the annual monitoring being done with satellite imagery for farms that have been in compliance and have demonstrated they're in compliance for a couple consecutive years. There's really not a lot of purpose for us to run back out and see it. So we're looking at it aerially. That removes drive time,
right?
Greatly reduces costs.
Okay. I'm not going to belabor this much myself, but I do want to say that the electorate, the voters voted this in. We didn't hear, I don't think we heard from farmers, we heard from farmer advocates, and we heard from farmer consultants solely in this request for revocation of this tax. Just want to be really clear about that. And so the other part that is on this too is we have programs that also we just had First Five come in and tell us about how $200,000 is a really big deal to them. We had our family services come in and tell us that these amounts of money that we get from these various spaces are meaningful. That's why, for me, I have a little bit of, I'm a little uncomfortable because I don't know. And and as I kind of said at the beginning, I don't think we've been very creative in how we apply this tax. It's just been very much like, it's just 10% of the 321. And we could have, over the years, modified this and I had advocated for this over and over, which is like, hey, what about, taxing only things above 10,000 square feet, or basically lowering, one over the other, or taxing higher in our indoor versus the others. And as well as we could have had caps as well. If we knew any of that, I don't think today is the day we're gonna be getting into that space. I just feel like we've just come too far. So I just feel like that I think this could have been done more creatively from our end as well, is what I'm getting at. And I don't think we did a good job necessarily of creating a very fair tax structure. That being said, want to fully recognize that the market has completely crashed for this commodity. It is very, very difficult. The thing that made this work to begin with, under Prohibition, was because you could hide it in in the mountains, and that's what made it work. And now that's basically what's making it not work. You basically have from not just a regulatory perspective, but just from a farming perspective, a fairly inefficient methodology to grow a plant in highly regulated and impacted watersheds in many cases. And it's just very, very, very difficult. I do not envy anyone trying to be in this business. It is very, very hard. I have good friends who've suffered through this immensely. So that being said, I'm ready to go to a vote. If that what is on the table ends this discussion, and there's not any other details we need to extract from this. Yes, sorry, I forgot I was the chair. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, I think what we do, we're still going to have a departure of people in business. They're trying to figure out how to do it. They're trying to do it as peacefully as possible and try to incorporate something in there. I understand that the back taxes have to be paid, or the attempt has to be made. So I would think that I would give discretion to our building and planning director, or whoever he deems possible, to work out these payment plans and see if they're going to be successful. Basically, we're trying to get somebody to do something to make successful. But and the reason is there's only been $570,000 paid in the current money, right? And so it's not like a lot of people have rushed in to pay. We've paid $570. First Five doesn't get any money from cannabis sales. First Five gets their money from tobacco sales, which we canceled last week without any problem. And that's going to be the tune of just the stores that we canceled last week with having cigarette license is almost $130,000 a year just in sales tax. Doesn't include all the sin tax and everything. So, and that's where First Five, they've said it, their biggest problem is people have quit smoking. So I would suggest that the taxes stay in place. We go to number one and we just repeal the tax for the future years. We give the discretion, so we're not coming back and forth here to the planning director. And then outstanding taxes, I don't know what you do, be handled like any bad debt, I guess. I'm not sure how you do it. I don't want to put any more burden on these guys. The burden is there. And to people that are paying attention and everything else, because this is what I'll get from more than anybody, when you come up to me and say, I'd love to get my taxes repealed, we don't tax you separately for what you're doing unless you're growing cannabis. Cannabis is the only thing we charge a separate tax for. And to say everybody wasn't a little greedy starting in 2016 and 15, you can look at Monterey, Calaveras, all these counties that went over they were handed, Calaveras had $12 million of permits over the county in 6 days. They were just handing them out. They didn't have any, and they were, Humboldt got the reputation as being tough to get a permit from, but they also found out when you got the permit from Humboldt County, you walked through Fish and Game, you walked through water quality, you walked by everything because we had checked all the boxes. So for that, and still continuing, we do continue to check all the boxes, which makes it a longer process. So I would go with just the repeal, the tax, and back taxes will have to be paid or arrangements be made, or return $570,000. And I don't want to. That's nothing. We can't give up tax money like we did last week.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So I appreciate what's been said about, what about what we could have done and this and that and all that, but that's water under the bridge, or as they like to say in the cannabis industry, that's green turned to black, as many songs have said, not to make light of it. But basically, the issue of back taxes is not on the agenda today. We can't actually do any motions or anything about that. It's simply not on the agenda. What's on the agenda is what to do about the current Measure S tax. It also, in our staff report, at the end of the chronological summary, it states that the December 31st, 2025 deadline is final. and there will be no extensions. That was part of the board motion that we made after many different years of discussion about this. And as was mentioned earlier today by one of the farmers in front of us, because we've been so lenient on continuing to provide extensions and changes and even allow growing with a suspended license, people are out there making choices. Hardly anybody's going to be able to pay all of their bills. But if we're the one, it is always going to provide more and more extensions or let the director work it out and this and that. No, we're never going to get paid. It's just never going to happen because we're always going to be perceived as the one that, no, I can let that slide. I better take care of the state, or I better take care of this. So just wanted to point out that it's stated in the staff report, December 31st, 2025 is the final deadline to pay back taxes, and there will be no extensions. Now, as a board, we can change those things, but I would say that if we send that message, we're not going to get paid anything. I do realize that, with the harvest happening, it can take a while to actually get a firm payment from a distributor and all that stuff. And a lot of the harvest has just really come in a little early in a sense because we've been getting a lot of rains, and as Rex said earlier, Supervisor Bohn, mold is back as a big piece of that puzzle for a lot of farmers. So I think the motion needs, I would keep the motion as it is, repeal, option 1, repeal the tax. We can't really, we can discuss it, but we can't take any action on back taxes here today.
Okay.
I don't believe we can. I could be wrong.
Let's just confer with staff on that.
So staff would return, and our goal would be to return before the end of the calendar year with the agenda item to effectuate the repeal as is permitted in ordinance. Should your board provide direction to come back with revised parameters around repayment of past due taxes, I think we could return at that time with some options for your board to consider on what that would look like. And then the process to enforce would likely be a revocation of permit should people not adhere to the board's guidelines. And we would also need to work with the treasurer tax collector on how that process would work through their office as well.
Okay, does that modify or change anything?
Through the chair, I guess what that is in the staff report that even if we choose option 1 here today, which is what the current motion is, it would be direction to staff to bring back the revocation, or I'm sorry, repeal of Measure S tax as a final action by this board. And yes, we could certainly direct staff as part of this motion to come back with options on past owed taxes, but I've stated my position on that very clearly. And I really don't want to be put in a position to vote no on this because we're continuing to give unclear direction and going back on what we said. This is the final deadline and it will not be changed. I mean, come on. I mean, how many times are we going to do that? And do you really think you're going to get any payments if we keep doing that kind of stuff? I don't think so. I think that's pretty evident. So I know that seems hardlining on the PAC taxes and the rest, but if we don't make it clear that this is, just as we said, a final deadline, it's never going to happen. We could give extensions. We could come back and say, well, rather than revoke at the end of December, we'll do a suspension. Well, we saw how that worked out. So anyway, I've made that clear. I really want to vote yes on this motion, and I think we ought to just keep it clear, that that's the action we're taking today. If the majority of the board want to give a different signal, so be it.
Supervisor Bohn.
I agree, but somewhere in that motion, I don't mind saying that I don't know about a hard deadline, but putting a deadline on back taxes, but the back taxes are to be paid. And that is, we've opened the door to discuss that, much like we did with Ridgefield. We started discussing a lot of things that weren't on the agenda, but we were putting, things in there that weren't on the agenda. So, because we were trying to make the motion better. So I don't mind putting all back taxes are to be paid. When it comes back to us, maybe the Building and Planning can come up with a payment plan or something like that. And we're trying to do this to keep what people are still in business, and maybe reignite anybody else that's in business, even though, you know, the tax isn't that robust anymore. But if not, I'm happy with just going with one. I'm not, nowhere near was I say we're going to skip taxes, because there's no avenue to do that, because we don't give money back here.
Okay, so I just want clarification, which is hard to find sometimes here, and which is, I think what Supervisor Bohn is saying, that he would be willing to have a future discussion about the issue around how we might get payment beyond the end of the year. What I'm hearing from Supervisor Madrone is, no, I just want to have that at the end of the year. Right now, there's a motion that doesn't actually address either one of those two things, unless the motion maker wants to put one of those options in there. Assuming that we move through what the motion is right now, this existing condition, which is the end of the year, you got to pay up, and that's all we got.
That is correct.
Okay.
The motion only relates to payment of taxes, what happens with Major S going forward.
Right.
And if you want to clarify in the motion that the expectation is still that back taxes are paid, that's status quo.
That's status quo.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's not being changed.
Okay. I appreciate that. Okay, is everybody clear on that? And Supervisor Madrone, are you okay with the way that stands? Is the motion maker okay with the way the motion stands then?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, the reason I'm clarifying that is because I just want to say that I'm going to vote no on this motion, only not because I am not relishing the end of discussions around Measure S, which I really am so thankful that we will, and also not just the discussions, but really the turmoil that it's created within our community, and especially within our community of farmers, which I think is real, and I would never deny that's a real issue. The thing I'm just having some churn about is I just feel like, for one, there's a whole section of the community that maybe doesn't feel this way, also, and not represented in this discussion necessarily. And I just don't feel like we've done the job really of coming to a place where this works. That being said, I'm not going to be unhappy about the result of this vote today. So that's for so many reasons. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Yeah, I plan to support the motion. I do want to say I hope that it gives people the certainty they need, both for planning for the future, but also I would prefer to leave the existing status quo around when back taxes are due as is, because that is that has already been deferred a couple of times. And again, we have a significant number of people who are current or who plan to be current by the end of the year. And then so hopefully knowing that there is not Madrone excise tax in the future will provide that, again, that certainty for their business so that they can plan accordingly for the end of 2025.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on with the vote, and I want to thank everybody for all their testimony today. I want to thank the folks calling in. I want to thank the people that were here. I'm hoping that this, the result of this really is going to lessen the burden on this community.
Sorry, I wanted to clarify this earlier. So the action that you would take would be, we would bring back an ordinance modifying the chapter in the ordinance that sets the tax rates. Right now it says 1, 2, 3 per square foot, and we would come back and set that at 0. The chapter that authorizes, that allows the board to repeal or modify, also authorizes the board to reenact the tax at any point without voter approval. So that authority would still remain unless otherwise directed by your board. We would simply come back and say that the tax rate would be set at 0.
That was not my understanding. I want to be really clear. So what you're saying, what I was under the understanding when I spoke to staff before, and I'm not going to say where, but that this vote would basically repeal this, which could never be reinstated. And you're telling me now is that a future board could reinstate this ordinance so it's such that it could bring back a tax structure that's similar to what was voted in by the voters.
Unless your board directed our staff right now to come back. No.
Help me out here.
Okay.
Yeah. Once you repeal, you repeal.
Because Measure S does give the board authority to repeal and replace and reinstate, the only thing it'd take away a future board's authority to reinstate it would be the voters again. So you'd have to go back to the voters to deprive a future board of that ability to reinstate the tax.
So through the
Could you
chair-
say who you are? I think we know, but not everybody does.
Who is this man?
Joel Campbell-Blair, Deputy County Counsel.
So through the chair, just to be clear, I mean, normally, common sense says if you repeal something, you repeal it. But I hear what you're saying, because it was a voter initiative.
Right.
That even if we set it at 0 and we repeal it at a future meeting when it's brought back, a future board could choose to reinstate it unless we went to the voters to change that one way or another.
Correct.
It's a little bizarre, to be honest. But
Thank you
so-
for that
so be it.
very helpful clarification. That actually changes my vote on this. I'll be voting for the motion.
So be it.
So we're setting it at 0 and broadcasting our intent to continue setting it at 0. But the specter of a potential tax never really goes away unless the voters say,
And with that,
let's repeal.
I'm going to ask if there's any objection to unanimous consent.
Mike has he's been dying to do this.
Seeing no objection to unanimous consent.
The motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Bushnell recusing herself.
You have to announce the next thing.
Sorry, we're going to be moving into closed session now. Take it away, council.
I'll be reading closed session in today, Vice Chair Wilson. It is the intention of the Board of Supervisors to meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.5 and 54957 to consider the public employee performance evaluation for the position of the Director of Planning and Building. It's also the intention of the Board of Supervisors to meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators. And finally, it's the intent of the Board of Supervisors to meet in closed session to discuss anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3 regarding exposure to litigation in one potential case.
Great. Is this the time when we take public comment?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
There sure is. Caller 7718, *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, caller, 3 minutes.
I don't think you can have unanimous consent when one person is abstaining, but that's just my opinion on that one. I did wish to make comments on item 3. This is you basically have a managerial faux pas that is unbelievable. You have, if you have a department head who has a complaint against them regarding a employee complaint, the last 3 people that you want to have judging that particular complaint is someone who has to work with and interact with that person on a regular basis. In other words, the sheriff, the HR, the head of that, your CAO, and your county council should not be participating in that. You should totally have outside people participating in that process preferably someone like someone who was very good at HR in the past, maybe another good judge or something from the past, but it just makes no sense at all to have these people make it. There is a public perception that this has been used as a tool in the past and maybe used as a tool currently. And I highly recommend that you listen to Allison Jackson, that you pay the lady for her time. I believe you might be able to settle for her, and I'm never going to speak for her, but you never know, you might be able to settle for just changing the process, fixing what is extremely broken and unbelievable. I've had cases, I'm not going to even mention his name, but he worked at the CAO's office, went in and threw the F-bomb to the auditor controller's office, allegedly used a vehicle to intimidate somebody in the parking garage. And that person was an investigator. If he was, nothing ever came of it. So I think that the process should be removed entirely from your particular three staff members that I mentioned. There's an opportunity to speak. And I'd get this one off your table before it costs you millions of dollars.
Thank you, and there are no more callers.
Great. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? We have one member of the public.
Thank you for allowing me to address your board. For the record, I want to reflect on your last closed session item that it is not pertaining to any staff, nor negatively should be talked about any staff, county council, HR, or CAO. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to adjourn to closed session, or move to closed session. Whatever it is the right verb is, that's where we're going, closed session. of this meeting, and we're going to have a report out from closed session, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wilson. Regarding items K1, 2, and 3, there is no reportable action.
And with that, we conclude this meeting at very late 30.